Chapter 1: The Perfect Marriage. At first, Elena thought the strange thing about them was how happy they seemed. Not loud happy. Not the kind of happiness people displayed for neighbors, or guests, or the small bright theater of an evening dinner. Their happiness was quieter than that. It rested between them like a folded blanket, familiar and warm, something taken for granted because it had been there for so long. They moved through the old guest house as if they had practiced a dance no one else could hear. When Mr. Vale reached for the teapot, Mrs. Vale had already placed his cup closer to his hand. When she paused beside the window, he lifted the latch before she touched it. When he began a sentence, she finished it gently, not with impatience, but with the softness of someone placing the final stone into a path. It should have been beautiful. And it was. That was what troubled Elena most. The guest house stood at the edge of Larkmere, a quiet village beside a lake the color of old glass. In the mornings, mist gathered low over the water and moved slowly through the reeds. By evening, the hills turned blue, the windows glowed honey-gold, and every sound seemed to arrive softened by distance. A gate closing, a kettle singing, a bird calling once from the darkening trees. Elena had come there at the beginning of October, after leaving the city with one suitcase, 2 notebooks, and a tiredness she could not explain without making it sound heavier than it was. She had not come to escape anything dramatic. There had been no final argument, no broken promise, no great ruin. Only a gradual thinning of herself, as if the days had taken small pieces from her and forgotten to return them. She planned to stay 1 month. She told herself she would sleep, walk by the lake, and finish the translation work she had been avoiding. She wanted silence. Ordinary meals. Weather. A room with a view of something that changed slowly. The Valles owned the guest house. Arthur and Clara Vale. They were both in their late 60s, though they carried age with such ease that it seemed less like time had worn them down and more like it had polished them. Arthur was tall and spare, with silver hair combed neatly back and hands that looked made for careful things. Clara was smaller, with clear gray eyes, a graceful neck, and a way of listening that made people lower their voices without realizing it. On Elena's first evening, Clara showed her to the room at the back of the house, the one facing the orchard. "I hope you won't mind the apples falling at night," Clara said, setting the key on the writing desk. "They can sound like footsteps if you are half asleep." Before Elena could answer, Arthur appeared in the doorway with a folded wool blanket. "She minds only if they fall in pairs," he said. Clara turned to him and smiled. "Because then they sound like someone hesitating." There was a brief pause. Not long enough for anyone else to notice, perhaps. But Elena noticed. Arthur's smile arrived a moment too late. Clara's eyes moved to his face as if checking whether he had remembered the line correctly. Then the moment passed, and they were warm again, easy again. Elena thanked them both. That night, as she unpacked her things, an apple dropped in the orchard. A soft thud in the grass. Then another. She lay awake longer than she expected, listening. By morning, she had almost forgotten the pause. Breakfast was served in a narrow room with blue walls and 3 windows overlooking the lake. There were only 4 guests at the table: Elena, an elderly man who read travel books, and a quiet mother with a teenage daughter. Arthur poured coffee. Clara brought warm bread, butter, honey, stewed plums, and bowls of porridge fragrant with cinnamon. Everything was simple, but done with care. Arthur remembered that Elena had asked for tea the night before, not coffee. Clara remembered that the girl at the table disliked plums and placed a small bowl of pear compote beside her without comment. They did not speak over one another. They did not hurry. Their kindness had no sharp edges. At one point, the elderly man asked how long they had been married. 41 years, Clara said. 42 in spring, Arthur added. Clara touched the edge of his sleeve. In April. In April, he agreed. The elderly man smiled. And what is the secret? It was the sort of question people asked perfect couples, expecting laughter, modesty, some small answer polished by repetition. Arthur looked at Clara. Clara looked at Arthur. They held each other's gaze for exactly the length of a slow breath. Then Clara said, "We never let the day end without returning to each other." Arthur nodded. Even if only in silence. The words were lovely. Too lovely, Elena thought. Not false. Not exactly. But placed. As if they had been kept somewhere clean and brought out when needed. The mother at the table gave a soft sigh. The daughter looked at her phone. The elderly man said something about how rare such devotion was. Elena buttered her toast and said nothing. She told herself she was being unfair. Some people were simply graceful. Some marriages truly did become calm after years of weathering life together. Perhaps the Valles had learned tenderness so well that it no longer needed effort. Still, later that day, while walking beneath the wet trees by the lake, Elena found herself thinking of that answer. We never let the day end without returning to each other. It sounded like a vow. Or a rule. The first week passed gently. Rain came and went. Elena worked in the mornings and walked in the afternoons. She learned the small customs of the house: breakfast at 8, tea at 4, dinner only on Sundays, fresh flowers in the hall every third day. There was a sitting room where guests could read, a conservatory filled with ferns, and a black cat named Moro who belonged to nobody but slept wherever Clara had last been. The Valles seemed to be everywhere without intruding. Arthur repaired a loose hinge before anyone complained about it. Clara left lavender sachets in drawers. Together they carried logs in from the shed, arranged books by the fire, polished glasses in the kitchen, and tended to each guest as if hospitality were not a business but a form of quiet devotion. Elena watched them because they were pleasant to watch. That was how she excused it at first. She admired the way Arthur's hand would hover at Clara's back when she stepped over the threshold into the garden, never quite touching unless she needed balance. She admired the way Clara could call Arthur from another room without raising her voice, simply by saying his name as if she trusted the house to carry it to him. But admiration has a way of becoming attention. And attention, if fed by mystery, becomes hunger. The second strange detail came on a Thursday afternoon. Elena had taken her notebook to the conservatory, hoping the rain against the glass would help her work. The air smelled of damp soil and lemon balm. Beyond the windows, the garden blurred silver and green. Arthur and Clara were in the adjoining room, sorting old photographs into envelopes. Elena could not see them clearly through the half-open door, only their reflections in the darkened glass. "This one was Whitby," Arthur said. "No," Clara answered softly. "That was Devon." A silence followed. Then Arthur said, in the same soft tone, "Of course. Devon." Clara did not correct him further. She only placed a photograph into an envelope. A few minutes later, Arthur said, "The blue dress was Whitby." Clara's hand stilled. "Yes," she said. "The blue dress was Whitby." There was nothing unusual in forgetting a place. Anyone could mistake one seaside town for another after 40 years. Elena tried to return to her work. But Arthur's voice had changed after Clara corrected him. Not embarrassed. Not confused. Careful. As if he had stepped close to the edge of something hidden beneath the carpet. That evening at tea, Clara wore a pale blue cardigan. Arthur looked at it when she entered, and for a second his expression became very still. Elena noticed because she had already begun noticing. "Blue suits you," he said. Clara smiled. "You always say that." "Yes," he replied. "I always do." The mother and daughter left the next morning. The elderly man stayed 2 more nights, then departed with his travel books and a brown hat he almost forgot in the hall. After that, Elena was the only guest. The house grew quieter. Without other people at the table, the valets became both more natural and more mysterious. They invited Elena to take breakfast in the kitchen if she preferred. She did, though she told herself it was because the kitchen was warmer than the dining room. It was a beautiful kitchen, old and deep-windowed, with copper pans on the wall and a long wooden table marked by many years of use. Clara kneaded bread there in the mornings. Arthur sat near the stove reading the paper, though Elena noticed he rarely turned the pages. Sometimes they spoke of ordinary things, the weather, repairs, village news, the stubbornness of Moro the cat. Sometimes they said very little. Their silences did not seem empty, but full of something shared. One morning, Elena asked how they had met. The question came naturally. Rain tapped at the windows, and Clara had just placed warm rolls on the table. Arthur looked up from his paper. Clara poured tea. "At a station," Clara said. "At a bookshop," Arthur said at the same time. Both of them smiled. Elena smiled too, expecting the usual gentle correction, the affectionate disagreement every couple has over the beginning of their own story. But Arthur folded the newspaper with careful precision. "The bookshop was inside the station," he said. Clara nodded. "So we are both right." "Both right," Arthur said. Their eyes met. Again, that small pause. Again, the feeling that a door had almost opened and then quietly closed. Clara sat down and continued, "I was looking for a book I had already read. And I told her she should choose one she had not." He was very certain for a stranger. She looked like someone who needed a new ending. Clara laughed then, and the laugh was real. Elena felt it. It warmed the kitchen. For a moment, the strangeness faded. They told the rest of the story smoothly. The delayed train. The shared bench. The rain. The conversation that lasted 3 hours and felt like 10 minutes. The address written on the back of a ticket. It was lovely. But Elena could not forget the first 2 answers. A station. A bookshop. Both right, perhaps. Or both chosen. That afternoon, Elena walked into the village for stamps. Larkmere was small enough that every shop seemed to know every other shop's business. There was a bakery, a pharmacy, a post office, and a narrow antique store where old mirrors leaned against the walls like quiet witnesses. At the post office, the woman behind the counter asked where Elena was staying. "The Vale House," Elena said. The woman's expression softened. "With Arthur and Clara?" "Yes." "Good people," the woman said. "Very good people." There was something in the way she said it that made Elena look up. "You know them well?" "Everyone knows them." The woman weighed Elena's letters. "Though not as well as they know each other." It was said lightly, almost fondly. Elena waited. The woman placed stamps on the letters. They've had their share, those two. But you won't hear it from them. Their share? The woman looked toward the window, where rain ran down the glass in thin lines. Life, she said. It visits every house eventually. Then she smiled, and the conversation became ordinary again. Elena left with her stamps and a question she could not put down. Life visits every house eventually. That evening, the lake was hidden by fog. The whole world beyond the guesthouse seemed erased. Elena sat in the sitting room with a book open on her lap and did not read. Arthur and Clara were playing chess near the fire. They played slowly, calmly, almost silently. Clara moved a bishop. Arthur moved a knight. Clara watched the board. Arthur watched Clara. After a while, Clara said, "You used to take longer with that move." Arthur smiled. "I have learned." "No," she said gently. "You have remembered." He looked down at the board. The fire shifted. Elena kept her eyes on her book. Arthur moved his hand away from the knight. Perhaps that is the same thing. Clara reached across the table and touched his fingers. "Not always," she said. The words were soft. Not sad exactly, but carrying sadness somewhere inside them, like a lamp carried through fog. Elena felt suddenly that she had overheard something private. She turned a page too loudly. Clara looked toward her. Not startled. Not displeased. Only aware. "Are we disturbing you, my dear?" she asked. "No," Elena said. "Not at all." Arthur stood and added another log to the fire. For the rest of the evening, no one spoke of chess. That night, Elena dreamed of the orchard. In the dream, apples fell one by one into the grass, but when she went to gather them, each apple had a word carved into its skin. Station. Bookshop. Devon. Whitby. Remembered. Learned. She woke before dawn with the room pale around her and the sound of rain in the gutters. For a long time she lay still. Then, from somewhere below, she heard voices. Arthur first. "I said it wrong." Clara answered too softly for Elena to hear. "I know I said it wrong," he continued. "I saw your face." Another murmur. Then Arthur, quieter, "I am trying." A pause. Clara's voice rose just enough. "I know." There was no anger in it. No sharpness. Only tenderness so deep it almost hurt to hear. Elena closed her eyes. She did not want to listen. But the house was old, and sound moved through it like water through stone. Arthur said, "Do you think she notices?" Clara did not answer at once. Then she said, "She notices everything. That is why she came here." Elena opened her eyes. The rain continued. The room seemed suddenly unfamiliar. That is why she came here. What did Clara mean? Elena had told them almost nothing about herself. Only that she worked with books, that she needed quiet, that she might stay a month. She had not said she felt hollowed out. She had not said she had begun watching other people's lives because her own felt distant. She had not said she envied couples who could sit together without performing, without explaining, without fearing the silence between them. And yet Clara had seen something. Or perhaps Clara saw everyone that way. At breakfast, neither Arthur nor Clara appeared tired. Arthur sliced pears into a blue bowl. Clara warmed milk on the stove. Moro sat near the door, tail curled around his paws. Did the rain keep you awake? Clara asked. A little, Elena said. Arthur placed the pears on the table. Old houses speak more at night. Yes, Clara said. But they rarely say anything new. Elena looked at her. Clara's face was calm. Arthur's hand paused on the back of a chair, then relaxed. There it was again. A sentence that sounded simple until one listened closely. After breakfast, Clara asked Elena whether she might help gather herbs from the covered garden path before the frost came. Elena agreed. The rain had stopped, and the air smelled clean and cold. They walked side by side beneath a gray sky. Clara carried a basket. Elena carried scissors. The garden behind the house was orderly but not rigid, full of late roses, rosemary, thyme, and lavender gone silver at the edges. For a while, they worked without speaking. Then Clara said, "People often find us comforting." Elena looked up, uncertain. "You and Arthur?" Clara smiled faintly. "The house, too. But yes. Arthur and me. You are comforting. That is kind of you." "It's true." Clara clipped a stem of rosemary and placed it in the basket. Comfort can be mistaken for simplicity. Elena waited. Clara did not continue. The clouds shifted, and a thin light moved across the garden. Elena wanted to ask what had happened to them. She wanted to ask about the station, the bookshop, the wrong memories, the two perfect answers. But Clara's quietness made questions feel crude. Instead she said, "Were you always like this together?" Clara's hand stilled above the lavender. "No," she said. The answer was so direct that Elena felt the air change. Clara cut the lavender carefully. "No one is always anything," she added. Then she gave Elena the basket and turned back toward the house. Inside, Arthur was standing at the kitchen window, watching them return. When he saw Clara, something in his face softened with relief. Not the relief of a husband glad to see his wife after 10 minutes in the garden. A deeper relief. As if each return mattered. As if every doorway was a small miracle. That evening, Elena sat at her desk and tried to work. The translation before her was a quiet novel about a family living near the sea. She read the same paragraph 5 times without understanding it. Outside, the orchard darkened. One apple fell. Then another. She thought of Clara's words. "No one is always anything." She thought of Arthur saying, "I am trying." She thought of the way they looked at each other before answering simple questions, as if checking not what was true, but what truth they had agreed to live inside. The guest house was silent except for the old pipes and the distant movement of someone downstairs. Elena stood and went to the window. Across the orchard, beyond the black branches, she could see the faint reflection of the kitchen window. Arthur and Clara were inside, clearing the table together. Their shapes moved through the warm square of light. Clara lifted a plate. Arthur took it from her before she turned. She said something. He laughed. Then, unexpectedly, Clara reached for him. She did not embrace him fully. She only rested her forehead against his shoulder. Arthur became very still. Then he lifted his hand and touched her hair with such care that Elena looked away. Not because it was improper. Because it was real. And that was the strangest thing of all. Their marriage did not feel false. Not at its center. The rehearsed answers, the aligned memories, the careful pauses, those things were there. Elena had not imagined them. But beneath them was something unmistakable. Love. Not the easy love people described in poems. Not the sparkling kind that belonged to beginnings. This was slower, heavier, shaped by patience and sorrow and choice. It had weight. It had roots. Whatever secret lived in the Vale house, it was not the absence of love. It was something love had built around itself. A shelter, perhaps. Or a room with no windows. Elena returned to her desk, but she did not sit down. Her gaze fell on the small brass key Clara had given her on the first night. It lay beside her notebook, catching the lamplight. On impulse, she opened the notebook and wrote one sentence. The secret of a perfect marriage is not perfection. She stared at the words. They seemed true, though she did not yet know why. Downstairs, the clock struck 10. A few moments later, she heard Arthur and Clara in the hallway below. Their voices were low. Their footsteps moved together toward the back of the house. Then Arthur said, very softly, "Come back to me." Clara answered, "I am here." There was a silence. Then he said, "Say it again." "I am here," she repeated. Elena stood motionless in the center of her room. The words were not romantic in the ordinary way. They were not playful or decorative. They sounded like something spoken across a distance. A distance no one else could see. After a while, their footsteps faded. The house settled. Elena went to bed, but sleep did not come quickly. The rain had stopped, and the silence outside felt wide and watchful. She turned onto her side and looked toward the window, where the orchard branches moved gently against the night sky. She had come to Larkmere to rest. Instead, she had found a mystery so quiet that it could hide inside kindness. A mystery made of pauses, corrected memories, perfect sentences, and the tender fear in Arthur Vale's voice when he asked his wife to say she was still there. Elena did not yet know what the Valas were protecting. She only knew it was not a lie in the usual sense. It was something softer. Something chosen. Something repeated until it became the shape of their days. And as the first thin edge of moonlight touched the orchard grass, another apple fell in the dark, landing with a sound so gentle it might have been a footstep, or a question, or the beginning of an answer. Chapter 2. Something felt different. By the next morning, Elena had decided not to listen for anything. It was a decision made with the firm, quiet confidence people often feel just before doing the opposite. She woke to a pale sky, the kind that made the room look washed in milk, and for a few minutes she lay still beneath the heavy quilt, telling herself that the Vala's private life was none of her concern. Every marriage had its own language. Every long love had sentences outsiders could not understand. "Come back to me. I am here." Perhaps those words meant nothing more than tenderness. Perhaps Arthur had once been ill, or Clara had once traveled too far from home, or perhaps all couples who loved deeply said strange things when they believed the house was asleep. Elena turned toward the window. The orchard stood quiet and damp beyond the glass. Fallen apples rested in the grass like small green moons. A crow walked between them, solemn and black, pecking once, then lifting its head as if listening. She told herself again that she would not wonder. Then she heard Clara laughing downstairs. It was not a full laugh. It was light, brief, almost surprised. A moment later, Arthur laughed too, lower and softer. The two sounds rose through the old floorboards and reached Elena with such warmth that she felt foolish for all her midnight thoughts. A house could make anything mysterious after dark. Morning returned things to their proper size. She dressed slowly in a wool skirt and gray sweater, tied her hair back, and went downstairs. The kitchen smelled of coffee, toasted oats, and orange peel. The windows were misted at the edges. Arthur stood at the stove, stirring porridge in a blue enamel pot, while Clara sat at the table writing something on a small card. This was the first thing Elena noticed. Clara was sitting. Until then, Clara had always been the one moving in the morning. She carried plates, warmed milk, cut fruit, opened curtains, watered herbs, checked the bread. Arthur helped, of course, but Clara was the gentle center of the breakfast hour. Now she sat very still with a pen in her hand. Arthur glanced over his shoulder as Elena entered. "Good morning," he said. "You slept?" "Yes," Elena replied. "Better than I expected." Clara looked up and smiled. The house becomes kinder after the first week. Elena sat down across from her. On the card before Clara, written in neat blue ink, were 3 short lines. Tea at 4. Lavender in hall. Ask Elena about the lake path. Clara saw Elena notice the card. For a second, neither of them moved. Then Clara turned it over as calmly as if it were only a recipe. "I make lists," she said. "Otherwise the small things escape me." "There are too many small things," Arthur added from the stove. His tone was easy, but Elena heard the care beneath it. He did not explain too much. He did not explain too little. He placed the sentence exactly where it needed to be, like a cup set down without sound. Elena nodded. "I make lists too," she said, though she did not really. Clara looked grateful for the kindness of pretending. Breakfast continued quietly. Arthur served porridge with pears and cinnamon. Clara poured tea. Moro sat beneath Elena's chair and rested one paw on her boot, as if claiming her for the morning. Everything was normal. And yet not normal. The card remained turned over beside Clara's elbow. Elena tried not to look at it again. After breakfast, she took her notebook to the front parlor, where the morning light entered through lace curtains and lay gently across the floorboards. She intended to work. Her translation waited patiently, as if it had no opinion about being neglected. She read 2 pages, corrected 1 phrase, and then found herself staring at a sentence without seeing it. Ask Elena about the lake path. Why write such a thing down? It was not the kind of task a person forgot because life was busy. It was not bread in the oven, laundry on the line, a letter to post. It was a conversation. A small courtesy. A human thread. Unless small human threads mattered more than they seemed. At 10, Clara appeared in the doorway with a dust cloth in one hand. "Elena," she said, "did you walk the west path yesterday?" Elena looked up. "The one beyond the boat shed?" "Yes. I did." Clara smiled. "And did you find the stone bridge?" "I did. It was beautiful." "I'm glad." She lingered for a moment, as if waiting for another line to arrive. Arthur passed behind her in the hall carrying a basket of kindling. "Without stopping," he said, "the west path floods after heavy rain." Clara's face changed almost imperceptibly. "Yes," she said. "It does. And the bridge becomes slippery." "Yes." Elena held her pen above the page. Arthur continued into the back of the house. Clara looked toward him, then back at Elena. Her smile returned, but softer now. "Best to go before noon," she said. "The light is very fine then." Then she went away. Elena looked down at her translation, but the words had gone still. Something had happened in the doorway. Not much. Only that Arthur had supplied the next part. The practical warning. The detail Clara had meant to include but had not. It might have been ordinary. It might have been habit. It might have been a husband knowing his wife's mind so well that he could complete even her caution. But Elena was beginning to feel that the valet's life was full of invisible handrails. A sentence here. A card there. A glance. A correction. A phrase repeated gently before something could slip. And beneath it all, love moved like water under ice. At noon, the fog lifted from the lake. The village church bell rang 12 slow notes, each one widening through the air before fading. Elena put on her coat and walked outside. She had not intended to go to the west path, which was why she went there. The garden behind the guest house gave way to the orchard, then to a narrow lane lined with hedges. The apples were nearly finished for the season. Some still clung to high branches, yellow and dull red. Others had split open in the grass, sweetening the air with the scent of bruised fruit. The lake appeared between the trees. It was calm, gray-blue, with pale reeds trembling at the edge. The path ran beside it, damp and narrow, scattered with leaves. Elena walked slowly, letting the cold air clear the rooms of her mind. For a while, she thought of nothing. Then she reached the stone bridge. It arched over a shallow stream where brown leaves collected against mossy rocks. Clara had been right. The light was fine there before noon. Even now, just past midday, the place held a quiet brightness. Water moved beneath the bridge with a whispering sound. On the far side stood a wooden bench. Elena crossed carefully and sat down. From the bench, she could see the guest house in the distance, half hidden by trees. Its chimneys rose above the orchard. Smoke drifted from one of them in a thin silver ribbon. She tried to imagine Arthur and Clara young. Not as they were now, polished by habit and sorrow into gentleness, but young and uncertain. Clara in a blue dress at Whitby or Devon. Arthur in a station bookshop, telling a woman she needed a new ending. She tried to imagine them arguing, laughing too loudly, losing their way, making foolish promises, failing each other in small ordinary ways and forgiving them. But the images would not hold. The valets seemed to belong only to the present. As if they had been created already old, already kind, already perfectly matched. That, Elena realized, was part of what unsettled her. Most couples carried visible history. They had jokes with rough edges, old irritations, private references that revealed the uneven road behind them. But Arthur and Clara's past seemed smoothed over. Their stories were lovely, but too clean. Their memories met too neatly after each correction. Like a room kept ready for visitors. She sat on the bench until the cold reached through her coat. Then she returned by a different path. Near the back of the village, she passed the antique shop. The door was open, though the day was cold, and warm lamplight spilled onto the pavement. In the window stood a porcelain swan, 3 silver spoons, a cracked violin, and a framed photograph of the lake from many years ago. Elena paused. She had no reason to go inside. So she went inside. A bell chimed above the door. The shop smelled of dust, wood polish, and dried roses. Old clocks ticked out of time with one another. Mirrors leaned in corners. Books stood in uneven stacks. There were lamps with fringed shades, faded maps, teacups thin as shells. Behind the counter sat a man with white eyebrows and a green cardigan. He looked up from repairing the hinge of a small box. "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon," Elena said. "Looking for anything particular?" "No. Just looking. That is how most things find us." He returned to the hinge. Elena moved slowly through the shop. She touched nothing at first. Then she found a shelf of old postcards and began to look through them. Larkmere in summer. Larkmere Church. The lake frozen in winter. Children outside the school. A harvest fair. Then one postcard made her pause. It showed the Vale House many years before, though the name printed beneath it was different. The Orchard Guest House. The building looked almost the same, but younger somehow. The ivy was thinner. The garden less full. There was no conservatory yet. In front of the house stood several people, blurred by age and distance. Elena turned the card over. No message. No date. "Pretty place," the man said from behind the counter. Elena looked up. "You know it?" "Of course. I'm staying there." "With the Valles?" "Yes." The man nodded, and again Elena saw that softening she had seen at the post office. It was not pity. Not exactly. It was recognition. "They keep a good house," he said. "They do. Better than anyone expected, after." He stopped. Elena waited. The clocks ticked. "After?" she asked gently. The man looked at the little box in his hands, then set it down. "After they changed it," he said. "Changed the house?" "The house. The name. The life." He smiled, but it was a careful smile. Small villages remember too much. Sometimes people must rename things in order to go on living in them. Elena felt a small chill that had nothing to do with the weather. "When was that?" "Oh, years ago now." He waved one hand. "Before many people came here for holidays. Before the road was widened. Before everyone carried a camera in their pocket and forgot how to look at things." His answer was vague, but not evasive in an unkind way. More like someone closing a drawer that did not belong to him. Elena bought the postcard. She did not know why. On the walk back, she kept it inside her notebook, where it pressed lightly against the pages like a secret she had not earned. When she reached the guest house, Arthur was in the front garden pruning dead roses. He wore a dark coat and brown gloves. Clara stood on the steps with a basket of folded linen. They saw Elena at the same moment. It was nothing. Only a shared look. But Elena felt it pass between them before either spoke. "Did you enjoy the walk?" Clara asked. "Yes," Elena said. "I went through the village." Arthur clipped a rose stem. "Quiet today," he said. "Very. Did you find anything interesting?" The question came from Clara. Lightly. Naturally. Elena's hand tightened around her notebook. "A postcard," she said. Arthur clipped another stem, though there was nothing left on it to cut. Clara descended one step. "Of the village?" "Of the house." Now Arthur looked up. The garden seemed suddenly very still. Elena wished she had said nothing. But there was no taking it back. She removed the postcard from her notebook and held it out. Clara took it first. Her face did not change in any dramatic way. She did not gasp or tremble. She only became quiet in a deeper sense, as if part of her had stepped backward into a room Elena could not see. Arthur came to stand beside her. Together they looked at the faded image. "The Orchard Guest House," Clara said. Her voice was almost fond. "That was before the ivy reached the roof," Arthur said. "And before the conservatory. And before Morrow's mother's mother decided the house belonged to cats." Clara smiled. It should have eased the moment. It did, a little. But Arthur's hand moved toward Clara's shoulder and stopped before touching her. Not because he did not want to comfort her. Because he was waiting to see if comfort was allowed. Elena noticed that too. "I hope it wasn't wrong to buy it," she said. Clara looked up quickly. "No, dear. Not wrong. It is only a postcard," Arthur said. But it was not only a postcard. All three of them knew that. Clara handed it back with care. "You should keep it. The house likes being remembered in more than one way." Arthur looked at her. For a moment, there was no rehearsal in either of them. Only sadness. Then Clara turned and carried the linen inside. Arthur remained in the garden. He clipped one final rose stem and placed it in his basket, though it was too short to be useful. Elena went up to her room. She laid the postcard on the desk. The Orchard Guest House. Before the name changed. Before the life changed. She sat before it for a long time, listening to the quiet of the house. Somewhere below, Clara opened a cupboard. Arthur came in through the back door. Morrow meowed once, offended by some private disappointment. Ordinary sounds. But now each one seemed to rest above something deeper. That evening, rain returned. It began as a fine mist against the windows, then thickened into steady silver lines. Clara lit lamps in the hall earlier than usual. Arthur brought in extra logs. The sitting room grew warm, and the house took on the enclosed feeling of a ship at sea. After dinner, Clara asked if Elena would like a glass of warm milk with nutmeg. Elena accepted. They sat together near the fire. Arthur read, or seemed to read. Clara mended a tear in a linen napkin. Elena held her cup and watched the flames. The postcard lay upstairs in her notebook. She wished she had not bought it. She was glad she had. Arthur turned a page. Clara threaded her needle again. The rain whispered against the glass. Then Clara said, without looking up, "The house was my parents' before it was ours." Elena's fingers tightened around the cup. Arthur became still. Clara continued sewing. They ran it in summer. Mostly walkers, painters, quiet people. My mother believed silence should be included in the price of a room. Elena smiled softly. She sounds wise. She was. Clara pulled the thread through the cloth. My father believed every guest should be given too much breakfast and not enough advice. Arthur said, also wise. Clara's smile warmed and faded. When they died, Arthur and I took it over. We thought it would be simple. Keep the rooms clean. Feed people well. Be kind when they arrived tired. Let them leave rested. That does sound simple, Elena said. No, Clara replied. It only sounds simple. Arthur closed his book, marking the page with one finger. Clara folded the napkin and set it in her lap. For a while, she said, we were not good at it. At running the house? Elena asked. At being here. Arthur looked into the fire. The room held its breath. Clara turned to Elena then. Her face was calm, but her eyes had changed. They were not guarded now. They were simply far away. There are places that keep echoes, she said. A house can become too full of what used to be said inside it. Elena did not speak. Arthur reached for his cup, then left it untouched. Clara looked back down at the napkin. So we changed what we could. The name. Some rooms. The garden. The color of the front door. Small things. And the rest? Elena asked softly. Clara's gaze moved to Arthur. The rest took longer. Arthur met her eyes. This time, there was no pause of correction. No checking of a shared story. Only two people standing silently on either side of the same memory. Then Clara smiled at Elena. Forgive me, she said. Rain makes people too honest. No, Elena said. Not too honest. Arthur opened his book again, but he did not read. The evening went on gently. Clara asked about Elena's work. Elena explained the novel she was translating, a story about a family by the sea who never said what they meant until the tide forced everything back to shore. Arthur made a dry comment about writers being untrustworthy with weather. Clara laughed. The fire settled. The rain softened. Yet Elena felt that something had shifted. Not opened. Not revealed. But shifted, like a curtain moved by a draft. Later, as she climbed the stairs, she heard Arthur and Clara in the sitting room below. Was it too much? Arthur asked. No, Clara said. She is kind. Yes. She is lonely. A pause. So were we, Clara answered. Elena stopped on the stair. She should have continued. She knew that. Instead, she stood with one hand on the banister, feeling the old wood beneath her palm. Arthur said, not in the same way. No, Clara replied. No one is lonely in the same way. Then the sitting room door closed. Elena went to her room with their words following her. No one is lonely in the same way. She sat at the desk, opened her notebook, and placed the postcard before her. The old image of the house looked dim beneath the lamp. The people standing in front were too blurred to identify clearly. One might have been Clara's mother. One might have been her father. There was a younger woman near the door, perhaps Clara herself, though the face was only a pale suggestion. Beside her stood a tall young man. Arthur, maybe. They were not touching. Yet their bodies leaned toward each other slightly, as if the space between them already belonged to both. Elena turned the postcard over again, though she knew it was blank. She thought of Clara's list. Tea at 4. Lavender in hall. Ask Elena about the lake path. She thought of Arthur saying the west path flooded, supplying what Clara had missed. She thought of the old name of the house, changed not for fashion but survival. And slowly, another feeling entered her curiosity. Care. Until then, the mystery had been something she watched from a distance. A pattern to study. A quiet puzzle hidden in gestures and half-finished sentences. But now it had people inside it. Real people. Two people who had changed a house because the old one echoed too loudly. Elena closed the notebook. She did not want to expose them. She wanted to understand them. There was a difference. The rain continued deep into the night. Elena prepared for bed but did not sleep. She left the curtains half open, and the orchard appeared in pieces whenever the clouds moved from the moon. The branches were nearly bare now. Each apple that remained seemed to hold its own small darkness. Below, the house grew silent. No footsteps. No voices. For a while, only rain. Then, sometime after midnight, Elena woke from a light, uneasy sleep. She did not know what had woken her. The room was dark except for the faint gray of the window. The rain had stopped. In the sudden quiet, every small sound seemed near. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. Elena held still. Another creak. Then a whisper. Not Clara's voice. Arthur's. Clara? A pause. Elena? Her heart gave a soft, startled beat. She sat up. The hallway outside her room was dim. A line of light showed under the door, not from a lamp, but from someone carrying a candle. Arthur spoke again, very softly. Elena, forgive me. Are you awake? She rose and opened the door. Arthur stood in the hallway in a dressing gown, holding a candle in a brass holder. His hair was disordered, and his face looked older in the moving light. I'm sorry, he said at once. I did not mean to frighten you. You didn't. Though he had. Is something wrong? He looked past her toward the dark room, as if expecting to see someone else there. Then he blinked, and his expression returned to itself. No, he said. No. I woke and thought. He stopped. From the far end of the hall came Clara's voice. Arthur. She stood near the stairs, wrapped in a shawl. The change in Arthur was immediate. Not dramatic. Not theatrical. But his whole body seemed to find its place again. Clara came toward him slowly. You were dreaming, she said. Yes, he whispered. She took the candle from his hand. You are here. He nodded. I am here, Clara said. Arthur closed his eyes. Elena stood in her doorway, feeling both present and invisible. Clara looked at her with deep apology. I'm sorry, dear. Go back to sleep. Are you sure everything is all right? Clara smiled, but it was not the guesthouse smile. It was tired, tender, real. Yes. Some dreams forget the year. Arthur opened his eyes and looked at Elena. For a moment, he seemed about to say something. Instead, he gave a small bow of his head. Good night, he said. Good night, Elena answered. Clara guided him gently toward the stairs, not holding him like someone weak, but walking beside him like someone who knew the path back. Their candlelight moved away. The hall darkened. Elena closed her door and leaned against it. Some dreams forget the year. The sentence settled over her slowly. She returned to bed, but the room no longer felt like a room. It felt like part of a larger memory, one the house had been holding long before she arrived. Arthur had called Clara's name. Then hers. Or had he thought Elena was someone else? The question frightened her only because it was so quiet. No violence. No danger. No terrible discovery waiting behind a locked door. Only time. Only grief. Only love arranging itself carefully around a wound. She lay awake until dawn silvered the curtains. At some point, a bird began to sing in the hedge. The sound was thin but brave. When Elena finally rose, she found an envelope outside her door. Her name was written on it in Clara's hand. Inside was a folded note. My dear Elena. Please forgive the disturbance in the night. Arthur sometimes wakes from old dreams. They pass quickly when morning comes. You need not worry. Breakfast will be late today. Sleep if you can. C. Elena read the note twice. Then she turned it over. On the back, written in smaller letters, was one more line. Thank you for being gentle with what you do not yet understand. Elena stood by the door for a long time, holding the paper. The house was very quiet. Outside, the morning mist moved slowly through the orchard, softening the trees, the grass, the fallen apples, the whole world beyond the glass. Something was different now. Not because Elena had learned the secret. She had not. But because she understood, at last, that there was one. And whatever it was, it had not made Arthur and Clara less loving. It had made their love more deliberate. More careful. More mysterious. More human. Downstairs, a kettle began to sing. Chapter 3: The Small Details. The kettle sang for a long time before anyone lifted it from the stove. Elena heard it from her room, a thin silver sound rising through the floorboards, steady and patient. Usually, Clara reached the kettle before its voice became sharp. Usually, Arthur would say something from the kitchen, and Clara would answer before the water boiled over into complaint. But that morning, the sound continued. It filled the house in a way that made Elena sit very still on the edge of the bed, Clara's note resting open in her lap. Arthur sometimes wakes from old dreams. Old dreams. The phrase was gentle, but it did not soften the unease beneath it. It suggested a past that was not over. Not entirely. A past that still rose at night and walked the hallway with a candle in its hand. At last, the kettle quieted. A cupboard opened below. A spoon touched porcelain. Someone moved slowly across the kitchen. Elena dressed without hurry. She folded Clara's note and placed it inside her notebook beside the old postcard of the house. The two papers seemed to belong together, though one came from years ago and the other from that morning. When she entered the kitchen, Clara was alone. She stood at the counter slicing bread, her gray hair pinned loosely, her shawl still around her shoulders. The room was warm, but not as bright as usual. Only one lamp had been lit, and the windows held the pale blur of fog. "Good morning, dear," Clara said. Her voice was calm. "Good morning. I hope you slept again." "A little." Clara nodded, accepting the kindness in the answer. Arthur was not at the table. His newspaper lay folded beside his cup, untouched. His chair had been pulled out and then pushed back in too neatly, as if someone had corrected the position after changing their mind. Elena noticed the chair first. Then she noticed the cup. Arthur's cup was always placed with the handle facing slightly to the right. That morning, it faced left. A tiny thing. Meaningless, perhaps. But in a house where care shaped everything, tiny things had weight. "Arthur is in the garden," Clara said, though Elena had not asked. "He likes the fog." Elena looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, the garden was hardly visible. "Does he?" Clara smiled faintly. "No. But he says he does when he wants to be alone." The honesty was so unexpected that Elena did not know how to answer. Clara placed 2 slices of bread into a pan and brushed them with butter. After nights like that, he needs a little time to return to the day. Return. The word seemed to echo through the kitchen. Elena sat at the table. "I'm sorry if I made it worse by opening the door." "You did not." Clara turned the bread. You were kind. That matters more than you know. The bread hissed softly in the pan. For a while, neither spoke. Then Clara said, there are things people recover from, and things people learn to live beside. They are not the same. Elena looked at her. Clara's face remained turned toward the stove. Arthur has learned to live beside certain things, she continued. Most days, he does so beautifully. And other days? Other days, Clara said, I remind him where we are. She placed the toast on a plate and set it before Elena with honey and sliced pears. The meal was simple, but Elena felt the care in it. Even on a difficult morning, Clara had remembered the pears. She had warmed the plate. She had chosen the honey Elena liked best. Thank you, Elena said softly. Clara touched her shoulder once, then moved to the sink. Elena ate slowly. Every sound seemed clearer than usual. The scrape of Clara's knife. The faint settling of the stove. The soft thud of Morrow jumping down from a chair in the hall. Outside, somewhere in the fog, a gate clicked. Arthur returned just as Elena finished her tea. He came through the back door carrying no tools, wearing his coat open though the air was cold. Fog clung to his hair in fine droplets. He looked tired, but not lost. Good morning, he said. Good morning, Elena replied. He glanced at Clara first, not openly enough to seem helpless, but with a question in his eyes. Clara answered without words. She smiled, and something in him steadied. Then he removed his coat and hung it on the peg by the door. Fog makes the roses look better than they are, he said. Clara poured his tea. You always accuse fog of kindness. It hides poor pruning. It hides nothing from me. No, Arthur said, sitting down. It never has. The exchange was light. Almost ordinary. Yet Elena felt its structure. Clara gave him a familiar phrase. Arthur stepped into it. Together they crossed a small bridge back into morning. That was when Elena began to understand the small details were not decoration. They were anchors. After breakfast, she went to the parlor with her work, but this time she did not pretend to read. She opened her notebook instead and wrote a list. The card. The cup turned the wrong way. Arthur checking Clara's face. Clara supplying place, year, meaning. Repeated phrases. Return. Here. She paused, then added. Not false. Protective. The word seemed important. Protective. Not performance for guests. Not vanity. Not the empty sweetness of people pretending to be admired. Whatever the Vallas were doing, they were doing for each other. The thought changed the shape of the mystery. It made curiosity feel less like looking through a keyhole and more like standing outside a closed door, hearing someone inside breathe unevenly, and wondering whether to knock. At 10:30, Clara came to the parlor carrying fresh flowers for the mantel. They were not flowers from the garden, but dried stems of lavender, rosemary, and pale seed heads tied with twine. The frost will come soon, she said. Fresh flowers begin to look too brave. Elena smiled. Can flowers look brave? Of course. Anything fragile can. Clara arranged the stems in a blue vase. Her movements were careful, and Elena noticed another thing. Clara touched objects twice. She set the vase down, then adjusted it. She placed a book straight, then checked it again. She smoothed the edge of a table runner, then returned to smooth it once more. It was not nervousness exactly. It was reassurance. As if the world needed to be put gently into place, again and again. "Would you like help?" Elena asked. "With the flowers?" "With anything." Clara looked at her for a moment. Then she said, "There is a cupboard in the dining room that needs sorting. Old napkins, candles, things that multiply in the dark. But you came here to rest, not to be put to work." "I'd like to help." Clara's expression softened. Then after lunch. The dining room cupboard stood behind a glass door painted cream. It smelled of linen, beeswax, and the faint dustiness of paper kept too long. After lunch, Clara brought a basket and several empty boxes, and the two women sat on the floor sorting through stacks of folded cloth. Arthur was upstairs repairing a loose window latch. Or perhaps giving them privacy. Elena could not tell. At first, the work was ordinary. Napkins with frayed edges went into one pile. Good tablecloths into another. Half-burned candles into a box. Old menus from summers past appeared between folded cloths, written in Clara's hand: leek soup, brown bread, plum tart, roast chicken, new potatoes, apple cake. Then Elena found a bundle of place cards tied with blue ribbon. "Those can go," Clara said quickly. Elena's hand stopped. The quickness was new. Clara noticed it too. "I mean," she said more gently, "they are very old." Elena held out the bundle. "Would you like to keep them?" Clara took them but did not untie the ribbon. Her thumb rested on the top card. Arthur and Clara. June 14th. No surname. No year. "A dinner?" Elena asked. Clara nodded. "An anniversary." Elena waited, sensing there was more. Clara untied the ribbon at last. The cards slipped softly into her lap. There were perhaps 12 of them. Some bore names: Arthur, Clara, Margaret, Henry, Rose, Daniel. Others were blank. Clara looked at one card longer than the rest. Rose. She did not speak. The name entered the room quietly, but once it was there, Elena felt everything shift around it. Rose. A person, perhaps. A flower, perhaps. A memory. Clara gathered the cards again and retied the ribbon. "Some names become rooms," she said. "You can enter them, but you cannot stay long." Elena lowered her eyes to the folded napkins. Was Rose family? Clara held the bundle carefully. Yes. Nothing more. Elena did not ask again. The rain began in the afternoon, soft at first, then steady. Arthur came downstairs with a small toolbox and stood in the doorway of the dining room. "How goes the excavation?" "We found the old anniversary cards," Clara said. Arthur's face changed. Only for a second, but Elena saw it. A quiet closing. Not rejection. Not pain exactly. More like someone placing both hands over a candle to protect the flame from wind. "Did we?" he said. Clara held up the bundle. Arthur looked at it. Then at Clara. "June 14th, he said. "Yes." The year it rained through the ceiling. Clara's eyes softened. "No, that was the year before." Arthur blinked once. Then smiled. "Of course." The old pattern returned. A correction. A pause. Agreement. But this time, Elena knew to look not at the mistake, but at what followed. Arthur did not become embarrassed. Clara did not become impatient. The moment did not break them. It simply asked for care, and they gave it. Arthur knelt beside the box of candles. "Keep those," he said, touching the bundle of cards. "They do no harm." Clara's fingers closed around them. "No," she said. "They do not." Later, when the cupboard was neat and the old linens had been sorted, Clara placed the bundle of place cards into the top drawer instead of the box marked discard. Elena saw. Clara knew she saw. Neither spoke. At tea, Arthur seemed brighter. He had shaved. His hair was neatly combed. He brought a jar of marmalade from a high shelf and placed it beside the scones. "Clara made this in August," he said. "September," Clara corrected. "September," he said easily. "When the wasps were drunk." "They were drunk in August too." "Then I stand by my first error." Clara laughed. Elena laughed too. For a few minutes, the kitchen felt warm and almost light. Rain blurred the windows. Morrow sat on a chair, watching everyone with offended dignity. Arthur told a story about a guest who had once mistaken the linen cupboard for a second staircase and spent 10 minutes trying to descend into towels. Clara corrected only one detail. 8 minutes, she said. Arthur sighed. "You timed him?" "I was worried." "You laughed." "I worried while laughing." "It was charming. Natural. Human." And because it was human, Elena felt the mystery deepen. The valets were not acting all the time. Their affection was not staged. Their humor was not false. Yet within that realness, there were places where they became careful in a way that did not belong to ordinary old age. After tea, Elena carried her cup to the sink. As she passed the little writing table near the window, she saw another card. This one was partly hidden beneath a gardening book. Not a list of chores. A list of phrases. Morning. You are here. It is October. Elena is our guest. The West Room is empty. Tea at 4. Evening. The doors are locked. No one is waiting outside. Clara is here. Arthur is here. The house is quiet. Elena looked away at once. Her face warmed with shame. She had not meant to read it. Not fully. But the words had found her before she could stop them. No one is waiting outside. The West Room is empty. The cup in her hand seemed suddenly fragile. Arthur entered just then, carrying more firewood. He saw her near the writing table. He saw the edge of the card exposed. For one breath, neither moved. Then Arthur set the firewood down. "That is mine," he said. His voice was not angry. It would have been easier if it had been. "I'm sorry," Elena said quickly. "I didn't mean." "I know." He walked to the table and slid the card fully beneath the gardening book. Clara was not in the kitchen. The rain filled the silence. Arthur looked older than he had 5 minutes before. "There are mornings," he said, "when facts are kinder if they are written down." Elena swallowed. "I'm sorry." "You have apologized already." "I still am." He nodded once, accepting it. Then, to her surprise, he sat at the kitchen table and gestured to the chair opposite. Elena hesitated. Arthur smiled faintly. "I am not going to scold you." She sat. For a while, he looked toward the rain. His hands rested on the table, long-fingered, still. Clara thinks I hide more than I do, he said at last. But the truth is, I have hidden very little successfully in my life. She sees through me before I begin. Elena did not know what to say. Arthur continued, there was a time when I believed memory was a house. One room leading to another. All doors where one left them. All windows facing the same view. He looked down at his hands. Then I learned memory is more like weather. It changes the shape of things while insisting it has only touched them lightly. The rain slid down the windows. Some days, he said, I remember too much. Some days, not enough. And some days, what I remember belongs to a year that should have stayed behind us. Elena's heart tightened. I didn't know. No, Arthur said gently. You were not meant to. He looked at her then, and there was no accusation in his face. Only tired kindness. Clara and I have made certain arrangements. Little signposts. A phrase. A list. A routine. They are not secrets exactly. But they are private. I understand. I think you do. He smiled, though sadness moved through it. That is why Clara trusts you more quickly than she should. Before Elena could answer, footsteps sounded in the hall. Clara entered carrying a folded blanket. She took in the scene at once, Arthur seated at the table, Elena across from him, the card hidden beneath the book, the air changed by confession. She did not ask what had happened. Arthur looked at her. I told her about the signposts. Clara set the blanket down. Not all of them, I hope. His smile returned slightly. Only enough to save her from inventing worse explanations. Clara looked at Elena. Elena said, I'm sorry I saw the card. Clara came to the table and placed one hand on the back of Arthur's chair. We leave things out sometimes, she said. It is no great crime to notice what has been left in view. Still, Elena felt the apology inside her like a small stone. Arthur reached for Clara's hand. She gave it to him. The gesture was simple. Familiar. But now Elena saw the layers within it. A husband reaching not only for affection, but for location. A wife answering not only with touch, but with certainty. Here. Now. Us. The house exhaled around them. Then Clara said, in a lighter voice, since everything is now terribly solemn, I think we need cake. Arthur looked up at her. Is there cake? There is always cake if one knows where to look. That sounds like theology. It is better. It is pantry management. Elena laughed, and the room softened. Clara brought out a ginger cake wrapped in cloth. Arthur cut 3 uneven slices and gave himself the smallest. Clara exchanged plates with him without comment. He accepted the larger slice without pretending not to notice. Another small detail. Another act of knowing. That evening, Elena did not write in her notebook immediately. She felt that reducing the day to observations would be unkind, as if Arthur's quiet honesty deserved more than being listed beside cups and cards. Instead, she sat by the window and watched the rain gather on the glass. The revelation had answered one question and opened many more. Arthur's memory was unsteady. Not always. Not completely. But enough that he and Clara had built a life around helping him return when time shifted beneath his feet. The rehearsed answers, the aligned stories, the careful phrases, some of them were not meant to deceive. They were meant to guide. And yet Elena knew there was more. The list had named the West Room. The West Room is empty. No one is waiting outside. Those were not ordinary reminders. They pointed to something specific. Something the valets had not yet spoken aloud. Rose. The name on the place card. Perhaps the room. Perhaps the waiting. Elena pressed her forehead lightly to the cool window. She felt the sadness of the house more clearly now. It did not haunt in the way stories liked to imagine. It did not rattle doors or cast shadows. It lived in careful arrangements. A card under a book, a cup handle turned right, a repeated sentence in the hallway after midnight. Love had not erased the sorrow here. Love had organized itself around sorrow so tenderly that guests mistook the result for peace. At dinner, Clara served vegetable soup with thick bread and a dish of baked apples. The three of them ate in the kitchen rather than the dining room. Rain made the windows dark, turning the glass into mirrors. Their reflections sat together at the table, slightly blurred by lamplight. Arthur asked Elena about her translation. This time, she answered more fully. She told them about the difficulty of carrying one language into another without losing its weather. Clara liked that phrase. Losing its weather, she repeated. Yes. People can be translated badly too. Arthur stirred his soup. I have often been badly translated before breakfast. You are clearest after tea, Clara said. I am profound after cake. You are sleepy after cake. Profoundly sleepy. Elena smiled. Then Arthur asked, and the family in your book, do they forgive each other? Elena thought of the pages she had been avoiding. I don't know yet. Clara looked at her. Do you think they should? I think they should tell the truth first. The answer came before Elena could soften it. A quiet fell over the table. Not cold. Not offended. Only attentive. Arthur set down his spoon. Yes, he said. But sometimes people must approach truth slowly, so it does not mistake them for enemies. Clara's gaze lowered. Elena felt the meaning of his words without knowing the story behind them. I suppose that's true, she said. It is not an excuse, Arthur added gently. Only a weather report. They finished dinner without heaviness. Clara spoke of the first frost. Arthur described a repair needed in the conservatory roof. Elena offered to help bring in pots before the cold. The night gathered around the windows. Afterward, Clara sent Arthur to sit by the fire while she and Elena washed the dishes. He is all right, Clara said, as if Elena had asked. I'm glad. He trusts you now. Elena looked at her. Clara dried a plate slowly. Arthur does not speak of himself to people he thinks will use the knowledge carelessly. I won't. I know. The trust in her voice moved Elena more than praise would have. They washed in silence for a while. Then Elena said, very softly, who was Rose? Clara's hands stilled in the warm water. The question had entered the room at last. For a moment, Elena regretted it. But Clara did not look wounded. She looked as though she had been expecting the question and had only hoped it might come on a gentler day. Our daughter, Clara said. Elena closed her eyes briefly. I'm sorry. Clara nodded. So are we. There was no bitterness in the words. No fresh shock. Only a grief long carried, smoothed by years but not diminished. She died? Elena asked, barely above a whisper. Clara lifted a plate from the water. "No," she said. Elena looked at her. Clara dried the plate with great care. "She lived," Clara continued. That was the harder truth for a while. The rain tapped softly on the glass. Elena did not understand, but she felt the edge of something large and delicate. Clara placed the plate on the shelf. "Not tonight," she said gently. "Another time, perhaps." "Of course." Clara turned to her, and there was such kindness in her face that Elena felt tears unexpectedly gather. "My dear," Clara said, "some stories are not locked. They are only sleeping." Elena nodded. They finished the dishes. Later, when Elena went upstairs, the hallway was dark except for a small lamp left burning on a table near the landing. Beside it lay a card in Arthur's handwriting. October. Rain. Clara downstairs. Elena in the east room. All is well. Elena did not touch it. She simply stood there, reading the words as one might read a prayer meant for someone else. All is well. Not because nothing had happened. Not because nothing had been lost. But because someone had written it down. Because someone might wake in the night needing proof. Because love, in that house, was not grand speech or flawless memory. It was evidence. A lamp left burning. A card on a table. A voice in the dark saying, "I am here." Elena entered her room and closed the door softly. At her desk, she opened her notebook at last. She did not write a list. She wrote only this: "Their perfection is made of small repairs." Then she set down the pen. Outside, the rain softened. The orchard disappeared into darkness. Somewhere below, Arthur and Clara moved through their evening routine, locking doors, checking lamps, returning to each other one quiet gesture at a time. And Elena, who had arrived at the Vale house wanting silence, understood that silence was not always emptiness. Sometimes it was the space people left around a truth until it was ready to wake. Chapter 4: The Way They Spoke. The next morning came with frost. It lay over the orchard in a pale, delicate skin, silvering the grass and whitening the fallen apples until they seemed less like fruit than small stones left by the moon. The lake beyond the trees was hidden beneath a low white mist, and the whole village appeared to be holding its breath. Elena woke before the house stirred. For a few minutes, she stayed beneath the quilt and watched the window slowly gather light. The room was cold at its edges, but the bed was warm, and the quiet had the soft depth that comes only before other people wake. She thought of Rose. Not as a story yet. Not as a tragedy. Only as a name that had changed the air. Our daughter. No, she lived. That was the harder truth for a while. Elena turned the sentence over in her mind with care, the way one might turn over something fragile found in a drawer. It did not fit the shape she had expected. She had thought the secret might be death, because death was the kind of sorrow people understood too quickly. But Clara had spoken of something more complicated. Rose had lived. And somehow, that living had become a wound. Downstairs, a floorboard creaked. Then another. The day began. When Elena entered the kitchen, Arthur was already there, standing at the window with both hands around a mug of tea. Clara was at the stove, her sleeves rolled neatly to the elbow, stirring porridge with slow, even movements. Nothing in the room suggested the confession of the night before. There were pears on the table, a jar of honey, bowls stacked in a calm blue tower, and Moro curled on a chair with the offended look of a cat who believed the frost had been arranged personally against him. Good morning, Clara said. Good morning. Arthur turned from the window. His eyes were clear, though shadowed with tiredness. The frost has improved the garden. It forgives almost everything. Clara glanced at him. Not the chrysanthemums. No, he agreed. They remain beyond forgiveness. Elena smiled and sat down. Clara placed a bowl before her. Porridge with cinnamon, sliced pear, and a few toasted walnuts. The warmth rose into Elena's face. For several minutes, breakfast was quiet. Then Arthur said, "You asked last night about Rose." Clara's hand paused on the teapot. Elena looked from one to the other. "I did. But you don't have to tell me." "We know," Clara said. Arthur sat opposite Elena. "That is partly why we may." The words were simple, but their order was careful. Elena noticed that now more than ever. Arthur and Clara rarely spoke carelessly. Even their casual remarks seemed to have been shaped by years of needing language to do difficult work without causing harm. Clara poured tea for all three of them. Arthur warmed his hands around the cup, then looked toward the frosted window. "Rose is our daughter," he said. "Our only child. She was born in this house, in the West Room, during a storm so determined that the doctor arrived soaked through and furious at the sky." Clara's mouth softened. "He blamed the rain for everything," she said. "Even things that had nothing to do with rain. He had a talent for complaint. He brought Rose into the world safely." "Yes," Arthur said. So Clara forgave him the rest. There was warmth in the memory. True warmth. Elena felt it enter the kitchen like sunlight through thin curtains. "What was she like?" Elena asked. Clara looked into her tea. "As a child? Watchful. Serious when others expected her to be sweet, and sweet when no one was watching. She collected smooth stones and kept them under her pillow. She named every bird in the garden after a queen." Arthur smiled. "The sparrows were all Elizabeth." She said there had been several. And she was not wrong. Clara's smile stayed, but her eyes grew distant. She disliked being told how to feel, Clara continued. If someone said, "You must be happy," she would immediately become thoughtful. If someone said, "Do not be sad," she would cry from principle. Elena imagined a solemn child in the orchard, pockets full of stones, refusing to perform joy for adults. "What happened?" she asked softly. Arthur's gaze lowered. Clara answered, "She grew up." The words rested quietly between them. Not an accusation. Not a complaint. Only a truth larger than its sentence. Arthur added, "And we did not understand that growing up is not a betrayal." Elena looked at him. He spoke slowly, not because he struggled for words, but because each one mattered. When Rose was young, the house was busy. Guests came every summer. Clara's parents were still alive then, and the place felt full of voices. Rose belonged to all of it. She learned to walk between tables. She slept through storms. She knew which stairs creaked and which cupboards held biscuits. Clara said everyone loved her. "Yes," Arthur said. "And we mistook being loved for being held safely in place." Elena did not move. Outside, the frost brightened. Arthur continued, "When she was 19, she wanted to leave Larkmere. Not angrily. Not because she hated us. She simply wanted a life that began somewhere else." Clara closed her eyes briefly. "She wanted to study music," she said. Composition, Arthur added. She heard patterns everywhere. In rain, in spoons, in the loose shutter on the back wall. She used to say the house was never silent, only badly arranged. Elena smiled despite herself. Arthur smiled too, but it faded. We were proud, he said. Of course we were proud. But beneath the pride, there was fear. The kind parents often call love because it wears a convincing face. Clara looked at him with tenderness, but said nothing. We told ourselves she was too young, Arthur said. That the city would be hard. That music was uncertain. That she could wait 1 year, perhaps 2. Help with the house first. Save money. Think carefully. Clara's voice was soft. We said all the right things. Elena felt the echo of the Vala's present life in that sentence. All the right things. Arthur nodded. We were very reasonable. That was the trouble. The kitchen was quiet except for the stove. And Rose? Elena asked. She listened, Clara said. She was always good at listening. Too good, perhaps. She stayed another year. Then another. Arthur looked toward the hall, toward some part of the house Elena could not see. By the time she left, she did not leave in joy. There was no dramatic weight in his voice. That made it sadder. She left politely, Clara said. With 2 suitcases, a violin, and a face so calm it frightened me. Did she come back? Elena asked. Yes, Arthur said. But the way he said it made Elena understand that returning was not the same as coming home. Clara rose and carried her cup to the sink, though it was still half full. She came back for visits, Clara said. Christmas. A week in summer. Sometimes only a day. We were kind to one another. Always kind. Arthur let out a small breath. Kindness can be a very cold room when truth is not allowed inside. Elena thought of her own life suddenly. The polite messages she had sent when she was lonely. The calm smiles she had worn at dinners. The careful way people could avoid hurting one another and still fail to touch what hurt most. What was the truth, she asked. Clara turned from the sink. That we had made her feel guilty for wanting her own life. Arthur's hand tightened around his cup. And when she finally took it, Clara said, she took it far away. The frost outside began to melt from the lower branches. A drop fell from the gutter and struck the sill. Arthur said, she married a quiet man named Samuel. A good man. No drama. No scandal. No reason for us to object, which made our sadness look selfish even to ourselves. No love triangle, Clara added, almost with a small dry smile. No betrayal. Nothing anyone could point to and say, here is the wound. Only distance. That was harder to explain. Elena understood then why Clara had said Rose lived, and that this had been harder for a while. A living absence. A daughter safe somewhere else, building a life that did not need the house that raised her. Do you see her now? Elena asked. The question was careful, but it still changed the room. Arthur looked at Clara. Clara looked at Arthur. Their old silent exchange passed between them, but now Elena could read more of it. He was asking whether he should answer. She was asking whether he was steady enough. They were not rehearsing a lie. They were protecting the truth from being handled too roughly. Clara answered. Yes. Sometimes. Not often. Arthur nodded. She writes. Beautiful letters, Clara said. She has 2 sons. Clara's smile trembled, just barely. Our grandsons. The word seemed both precious and difficult. Elena waited. Arthur said, they live in Edinburgh now. Rose teaches music. Samuel repairs instruments. The boys are growing too quickly, according to every letter. She sends photographs, Clara said. Arthur keeps them in the blue album. I keep some in the blue album, Arthur corrected gently. Clara glanced at him. He looked down. One in my desk, he admitted. One in your coat pocket. That one is practical. And one behind the clock. Arthur's mouth curved. That one is private. Elena smiled, and the room warmed again. But beneath the warmth, something still did not fit. If Rose was alive, loved, and in contact, why the cards? Why the reminders? Why the line? The West Room is empty. No one is waiting outside. Perhaps Clara saw the question in Elena's face. The hardest part, Clara said, returning to the table, was not that Rose left. Children leave. They must. The hardest part was that Arthur and I had to see what we had done with our fear. Arthur's gaze remained on the table. For a long time, he said, I believed our marriage was strong because Clara and I always agreed. We agreed about the house. About money. About meals. About guests. About Rose. We were proud of it. We said we were in harmony. Clara sat beside him. But sometimes harmony is only one voice becoming quiet enough to match the other. Arthur looked at her then, and the sorrow in his face was deep but peaceful. Clara had doubts, he said. About keeping Rose here. About our reasons. About my fear. She tried to tell me. I did not try hard enough. You tried gently. Too gently. No, Arthur said. I heard poorly. They were not arguing. There was no bitterness. Each tried to take more responsibility than the other would allow. Elena felt suddenly that she was witnessing the true language of their marriage. Not the perfect phrases offered to guests, but this careful passing back and forth of blame until it lost its sharpness. Arthur continued, after Rose left, Clara became quiet. Not angry. Not cold. Quiet. I thought she missed Rose, and of course she did. But she was also mourning something else. What? Elena asked. Clara answered. The marriage I thought we had. The sentence was spoken softly, but it landed with the force of a bell heard across water. Arthur closed his eyes. Clara placed her hand over his. We had loved each other deeply, she said. That was true. But we had also used our closeness to avoid seeing where one of us disappeared. Elena thought of their perfect movements now, the way they watched each other, corrected gently, returned again and again. Perhaps perfection had not been their beginning. Perhaps it was what they built after discovering the danger of being too smoothly joined. What did you do? Elena asked. Arthur opened his eyes. At first? Badly. Clara smiled faintly. Very badly, but quietly. We did not shout. No. We did not accuse. No. We became polite strangers who knew where everything was kept. The image was so painful in its calmness that Elena looked down. Arthur said, that was when the house became unbearable. Every room held the sound of what we had not said. Rose's room remained ready for visits. Her books stayed on the shelf. Clara dusted them. I avoided the hallway. Guests praised us for being gracious. Clara's voice was almost a whisper. We were not gracious. We were frozen. Outside, fog lifted from the lake. The light strengthened. Somewhere in the house, a pipe tapped. And then? Elena asked. Arthur looked toward Clara. Then I forgot, he said. Elena waited, sensing this was not ordinary forgetfulness. It began small, Clara said. A misplaced name. A repeated question. A morning when he believed Rose was still 19 and late for breakfast. Arthur's face remained calm, but his hand held Clara's more tightly. I was standing in the kitchen, he said. There was bread burning under the grill. Clara was in the garden. I remember feeling irritated that Rose had not come down. She would miss the train. I called for her. He stopped. Clara finished gently. Rose had been gone for 9 years. The room became very still. Elena understood now why old dreams could forget the year. It was not constant, Clara said. Not then. It came and went. Doctors gave names to parts of it, but names are not always explanations. Stress. Grief. Memory disturbance. Early changes. Old exhaustion. They said many careful things. Arthur's smile was faint. Doctors also make lists. They were kind. They were. But the first thing they told us, Clara said, was to reduce distress. To build routine. To give the mind soft places to land. Arthur looked at Elena. So we began. The word began held an unexpected light. Not ended. Began. We wrote facts on cards, Clara said. We changed rooms. We stopped pretending Rose might come through the door exactly as she had been. We wrote to her honestly. For the first time, perhaps. Arthur nodded. And I wrote to Clara. Clara's eyes lowered. He gave me a letter, she said. Not long. Not dramatic. It said, I have loved peace more than truth, and I have called that loving you. Elena felt her throat tighten. Arthur looked embarrassed, but Clara held his hand firmly. It was a good letter, she said. It was overdue. Most good letters are. They sat quietly for a moment. Then Arthur said, we had to learn a new way to speak. Slower. Less perfect. More exact. We had to ask, do you agree, or have you disappeared? We had to ask, am I protecting you, or protecting myself from your sadness? Clara added, we had to stop finishing each other's sentences until we knew why we were doing it. Elena looked at them in wonder. Because they still finished each other's sentences. But perhaps now they did it not to erase difference, but to offer support when words slipped. The same gesture. A different meaning. Arthur seemed to follow her thought. We fail sometimes, he said. All couples do, Clara added. But we return. Elena remembered their answer at breakfast weeks ago. We never let the day end without returning to each other. Now the sentence no longer sounded decorative. It sounded earned. The kitchen filled with a quiet that was not empty. Elena felt that something had been entrusted to her, not as gossip, not as explanation, but as a fragile piece of truth wrapped in ordinary morning light. Clara rose at last. The porridge is cold, she said. Arthur looked down at his bowl. A tragedy. A small one. I prefer my tragedies buttered. That is toast. Then I prefer toast. The room breathed again. Clara made toast. Arthur fetched marmalade. Elena helped clear the bowls. The story did not vanish, but it settled into the day, becoming one layer among many: frost, teeth, bread, the old cat stretching in the sun. After breakfast, Elena went out to walk by the lake. She needed air. The path was wet, and the frost had melted into shining beads along the grass. The village looked gentle under the pale sky. Smoke rose from chimneys. A woman pushed a pram past the church. Somewhere, a dog barked once and then seemed to reconsider. Elena walked to the stone bridge and sat on the bench where she had sat before. This time, the guest house in the distance looked different to her. Not suspicious. Not perfect. Brave. She thought of Rose leaving politely. Clara growing quiet. Arthur calling for a daughter who had been gone 9 years. A marriage so smooth it had nearly hidden its own fracture. Then lists. Cards. Rooms changed. Words relearned. The way they spoke was not rehearsed for admiration. It was practiced for survival. No, not survival only. For tenderness. There was a difference. Survival could become hard, guarded, narrow. Tenderness required more. It required returning not only to safety, but to openness. It required asking again and again, "Are you still here as yourself, or only as the person I need you to be?" Elena took out her notebook and wrote. They speak carefully because carelessness once cost them truth. She paused, then added. Their perfect marriage is not the absence of mistakes. It is the refusal to let mistakes become the final language. The lake moved softly below her. For the first time since arriving in Larkmere, Elena thought not only about the Valles but about herself. She had come there because she felt tired of being translated badly. Friends had called her independent when she was lonely. Colleagues had called her calm when she was numb. Family had said she was sensible when she had simply stopped asking for things that might not be given. She wondered how many people lived inside words that looked like compliments but were really small rooms. Strong. Easy. Quiet. Fine. Perhaps that was why Clara had said Elena noticed everything. People who disappeared politely often became skilled at seeing the outlines of disappearance in others. A breeze moved across the lake, and the reeds whispered. Elena closed her notebook. When she returned to the guest house, she found Arthur in the hall standing before a framed photograph she had passed many times without truly seeing it. It showed the lake in winter, frozen at the edges, with 3 figures standing near the shore. Arthur. Clara. A young woman between them. Rose. Elena stopped a few steps away. Arthur did not turn. She was 22 there, he said. Home for Christmas. She had already begun composing pieces we did not understand. Elena approached slowly. Rose had Clara's eyes, but Arthur's height. Her dark hair was tucked behind one ear, and she wore a long coat with one button undone. She was not smiling fully. Or perhaps she had smiled just before the photograph and was returning to thought. She looks kind, Elena said. She is, Arthur replied. Also stubborn, private, and impatient with sentiment. Like both of you? That made him laugh softly. Yes. Poor child. They stood together before the photograph. Arthur said, "For years, I looked at this and saw the distance between us. Now I try to see that she came back for Christmas when she did not have to. Elena let the words settle. That seems important. It is. He touched the frame lightly. Clara taught me that love must not count only what is missing. From the kitchen, Clara called, "Arthur?" He turned at once. In a moment, he called back. Then he looked at Elena. That phrase is on a card somewhere. Which one? He smiled. All the best things are on cards somewhere. In the afternoon, Elena helped Clara move potted herbs from the garden path into the conservatory before the frost deepened. Arthur carried the heavier pots, though Clara watched him closely and reminded him not to lift with his back. "I have lifted things with this back for 70 years, he said. "Yes," Clara replied. "And it has objected for 30. It exaggerates. It writes letters of complaint every winter." Elena laughed as she set down a pot of thyme. The conservatory smelled of soil and damp leaves. Glass walls gathered the weak sun and turned it warm. Moro followed them in, inspected the rearranged plants, and immediately sat in the only empty tray. Clara looked at him. "That is not for you." Moro closed his eyes. Arthur said he disagrees with the premise. They worked slowly, and the afternoon passed in small movements. Pots lifted, shelves wiped, leaves trimmed, water poured. Nothing dramatic happened. Yet Elena felt the story continuing underneath everything. At one point, Clara forgot where she had placed the twine. Arthur found it in her apron pocket and said nothing, only touched the pocket lightly. Clara looked down, then smiled. "Ah. We are all mysterious cupboards," Arthur said. "Some of us are untidier than others." "No names." "No names," she agreed. There was no shame in the moment. Only gentleness. Elena realized then that their careful speech was not only for Arthur's memory. Clara needed it too. She needed the world to remain kind when she misplaced things, when she felt sadness rise, when the past leaned too close. Their language had become a shared shelter, large enough for both. By evening, the frost returned. The sky turned clear and deep blue. Stars appeared early above the black trees. Clara prepared soup while Arthur lit the fire in the sitting room. Elena set the table without being asked. 3 bowls, 3 napkins, 3 spoons. The ordinary shape of belonging. During dinner, Arthur spoke of Rose again, this time with less heaviness. "She sent a recording last month," he said. "A piece she wrote for the boys." "It had rain in it," Clara said. "And spoons. And something like the old shutter." Elena smiled. "So the house is still in her music." Clara looked at her. "Yes," she said softly. "I think it is." Arthur was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "That helps." Clara reached for his hand under the table. Elena saw their shoulders shift, the subtle movement of connection hidden below the level of words. After dinner, they sat in the sitting room with the fire low and steady. Clara mended. Arthur read aloud from a book of essays, his voice warm and even. Elena listened from the armchair near the window. The essay itself was unremarkable, something about gardens and patience, but Arthur's reading changed it. He gave each sentence room. Clara corrected one misread word, not sharply but with affection. "Perennial," she said. "I said perennial." "You said parental." "Both require patience." "Only one requires watering." "Depends on the parent." Clara shook her head, smiling. The fire cracked softly. Elena leaned back in the chair. Her body felt heavy with the good kind of tiredness, the kind that comes after cold air and warm rooms. Arthur's voice continued. Clara's needle moved in and out of linen. Morrow slept with one paw over his eyes. For a while, Elena understood why guests found them comforting. They had made a room where sorrow could exist without becoming frightening. That was rare. Later, as she rose to go upstairs, Clara followed her into the hall. Elena, she said softly. Elena turned. Clara stood beneath the small lamp, the light silvering her hair. I hope we did not give you too much today. No, Elena said. You gave me trust. Clara's expression changed. A small, grateful sadness. Trust should be given in pieces, she said. Like bread. And received carefully. Yes. They stood quietly. Then Clara said, Rose is coming next week. Elena felt the words like a sudden opening window. Oh. With Samuel and the boys. Clara looked toward the sitting room door, where Arthur's shadow moved in the firelight. Only for 2 days. That's wonderful. It is. Clara smiled. And it is not simple. Elena understood. Arthur's list, the west room is empty. No one is waiting outside. Soon, perhaps, it would not be empty. Soon someone would be waiting, arriving, returning not as memory but as herself. Clara folded her hands. We have not told him the exact day yet, she said. Not because we hide it, but because anticipation can become a difficult weather for him. What will you do? Tell him tomorrow. Write it down. Repeat it. Let the house prepare. Let the house prepare. As if the house itself might need time to loosen its grip on old versions of Rose. Elena felt the mystery gently turning again. Not toward darkness. Toward arrival. Clara touched Elena's arm. You need not be part of any of this. I know. But perhaps you already are. Elena did not answer, because it was true. That night, in her room, she opened her notebook and placed Clara's note, the postcard, and her new pages together. Outside, frost gathered silently in the orchard. The apples on the ground hardened in the cold. The branches held still against the stars. She wrote for a long time. Not a record of clues now, but a record of meanings. The Vala's speech was not perfect because nothing was wrong. It was perfect because they had learned how much words could harm when used to cover fear, and how much they could heal when used to make a path back. They spoke in gentle corrections. In shared jokes. In cards. In questions that left room for honest answers. In repeated phrases that did not trap the past, but helped Arthur step out of it. In silences that no longer erased Clara. Elena looked at the last line and felt something inside her loosen. For years, she had thought truth must arrive all at once or not at all. She had feared that saying what she needed would sound too large, too demanding, too late. But perhaps truth could be approached in small sentences. Perhaps a life could be changed not by a confrontation, but by a new way of speaking. Downstairs, she heard the soft rhythm of the evening routine. A door checked. A lamp turned down. Arthur's voice, low. Tomorrow? Clara answered, yes. Tomorrow we tell the house. A pause. Then Arthur said, will I be glad? Clara's voice was full of tenderness. Yes. And afraid. Both? Both. Another silence. Then Arthur said, "Stay near me." "I will." Elena closed her notebook. She did not feel she had overheard something forbidden this time. The house had carried the words upward as gently as smoke. Perhaps some truths did not mind being witnessed if the witness was kind. She lay down and turned toward the window. The orchard shone faintly under the frost. Beyond it, the lake reflected a thin piece of moon. The world seemed calm, but not empty. Hidden beneath the calm were roots, sleeping seeds, old stones, small creatures breathing under leaves. A quiet world was not a simple world. A perfect marriage was not a simple marriage. And somewhere in Edinburgh, Rose was preparing to return to a house that still remembered her too young, while Arthur and Clara slept beneath a roof they had renamed, repaired, and filled with careful words. Elena listened until the last floorboard settled. Then, just before sleep took her, she understood one more thing. The secret was not only what the Valles had hidden. It was what they had chosen to keep saying, softly and faithfully, until love became a language neither of them had to disappear inside. Chapter 5: A Pattern Emerges. The next morning, the house seemed to know something before anyone said it aloud. It was in the way Clara opened the curtains earlier than usual, letting the pale October light enter each room as if inviting it to witness. It was in the way Arthur stood too long beside the hall table, reading a card that had been placed there in his own handwriting. Rose is coming on Friday. Samuel is coming with her. The boys are coming too. They are happy to come. You are allowed to be happy. Elena saw it only for a moment as she came downstairs, but the words stayed with her. You are allowed to be happy. Arthur read the card once, then again. His lips moved silently. Clara stood near the dining room door, not watching him directly, but aware of every breath he took. When he looked up, she smiled. Breakfast, she asked. Arthur folded the card and placed it carefully in his breast pocket. Yes, he said. Breakfast. His voice was steady, but Elena heard the tremor beneath it. Not fear exactly. Not sorrow. Something more delicate. Hope, perhaps, when it has been unused for too long. In the kitchen, the morning followed its familiar pattern. Porridge, pears, tea, Moro under the table, frost softening outside the windows. Clara moved gently from stove to counter. Arthur warmed the teapot. Elena set out spoons. No one spoke of Rose at first. That, Elena noticed, was also part of the pattern. The important things were rarely approached directly in the Vale house. They were given room. They were allowed to sit near the window until they became less cold. At last, Clara placed a bowl before Arthur and said, "She wrote that the boys want to see the orchard." Arthur looked into his tea. They were very small last time. They remember the cat. Moro will be impossible. Moro is already impossible. Arthur smiled. Then he touched the pocket where the card rested. Friday, he said. Yes. Not today. No. Not tomorrow. No. His shoulders eased. Elena looked down at her bowl, understanding. The repetition was not impatience. It was kindness. Clara was helping the future remain in its place. Arthur took a spoonful of porridge. After a moment, he said, "We should open the west room." The air changed. Clara did not answer immediately. Elena knew by then that silence in the Vale house had many meanings. This silence was not refusal. It was careful measuring. Perhaps after breakfast, Clara said. Arthur nodded. After breakfast. He ate slowly after that, and Clara did not hurry him. The West Room. Elena had passed its door many times without knowing it. It was at the end of the upstairs corridor, opposite a window that looked toward the lake. The door was painted the same cream as the others, but now that Elena thought of it, she had never seen it open. There was always a vase on the small table beside it, always fresh or dried flowers, always a lamp lit softly in the evening. A room can become a name. Rose. After breakfast, Arthur and Clara went upstairs together. Elena remained in the kitchen, washing cups she did not need to wash. She did not follow. She would not intrude on that door. Yet the house carried sounds. A key turning. A hinge opening. A long quiet. Then Clara's voice, very soft. "We can change the bedspread." Arthur answered, "No." She liked the blue one. She is not 19 now. No. A pause. Then Arthur again. But the blue one is still clean. Clara said nothing for a moment. Then, yes. The blue one is clean. Elena dried the same cup twice. A little later, footsteps moved overhead. Drawers opened. Something was lifted and set down. A window latch clicked. Outside, the orchard shivered as a breeze passed through the branches. Elena thought of patterns. At first, she had seen only strangeness in the valet's repeated phrases and careful habits. Now the patterns revealed themselves as a kind of map. Some paths were made for Arthur, some for Clara, some for the marriage itself. There was the morning pattern, facts, tea, gentle humor. There was the evening pattern, doors, lamps, returning words. There was the correction pattern, mistake, pause, kindness, agreement. There was the memory pattern. Not denial, not indulgence, but guidance toward the present. And now there was a new one. Preparation. Not for a guest. For a daughter who had lived for years in the strange distance between absence and return. Elena spent the morning pretending to work in the parlor. Through the open door, she saw Clara pass with folded sheets. Arthur followed with a small wooden box. Later Clara carried a stack of books downstairs, then carried half of them back up. Arthur came down once to fetch polish and stood in the hall looking uncertain. "Elena," he said. She looked up. "Do you think boys of 11 and 8 prefer biscuits or cake?" Elena smiled. "Both, I imagine." He looked relieved. "Good. That was my conclusion." "Very wise. I shall present it as researched." Clara called from upstairs, "Arthur, do not ask Elena to support your biscuit theories." "They are no longer theories," he called back. "They have been confirmed." Clara's laugh floated down the stairs. For a moment, the house brightened. Then Arthur looked toward the West Room again, and the brightness softened into something more fragile. He went back upstairs. By noon, the West Room door remained open. Elena saw it as she passed on her way to her own room. She did not stop, but she could not help seeing inside. The room was smaller than hers, with sloped ceilings and a window facing the lake. The bed was narrow, covered in a faded blue quilt. A wooden desk stood beneath the window. There was a bookshelf, a chair, a small mirror, and a vase with dried lavender on the sill. It was not a shrine. That surprised Elena. She had expected perhaps a room preserved too perfectly, dustless and still, untouched by time. But the west room looked lived in by memory, not trapped by it. The shelves had gaps. The desk was clear. The wardrobe door stood open, empty except for a few hangers. On the wall hung a framed piece of sheet music. Elena saw only the title as she passed. For a House That Listens. At lunch, Clara served leek soup and brown bread. Arthur seemed tired from the morning, but peaceful. He took the card from his pocket twice, read it, and returned it. The second time, he caught Elena noticing. "Rehearsal," he said, with a small smile. "For Friday?" "For joy." Clara placed bread beside him. Joy is difficult when one has been guarding against it. Arthur looked at her. "Yes," he said. "It is." Elena felt the quiet truth of that settle over the table. After lunch, Clara asked Elena to walk with her to the village. There were things to buy: flour, nutmeg, chocolate for the boys, fresh candles, and a new ribbon for the guest room curtains. Arthur stayed behind to repair a drawer in the west room. The afternoon was cold but clear. The road to the village curved between hedges bright with red berries. The lake flashed in small pieces between trees. For a while, Clara and Elena walked without speaking. Then Clara said, "He wants everything to be right. For Rose. For Rose. For Samuel. For the boys. For the version of himself who once made coming home difficult." Elena glanced at her. "Does Rose know that?" "Yes," Clara said. "Now." The word now carried years inside it. They reached the village bakery, where warmth and the smell of yeast wrapped around them as they entered. Clara bought 2 loaves and a bag of small sugared buns. The baker asked after Arthur. Clara said he was well. Then, after the smallest pause, she said Rose was coming. The baker's face softened. "How lovely," she said. "You must be pleased." "We are," Clara replied. Only 2 words. But Elena heard the strength it took to say them simply. At the grocer's, Clara chose apples, cream, and chocolate. At the post office, she bought stamps and asked whether a parcel had arrived. It had not. At each place, someone responded to the news of Rose's visit with warmth carefully measured, as if the whole village knew this joy needed quiet handling. On the way back, Clara slowed near the antique shop. "I used to avoid that window," she said. Elena looked at the display. The porcelain swan had been moved. In its place stood an old music stand. Why? Too many old things pretending to be harmless. Elena smiled gently. Are old things not harmless? Some are. Some are only waiting for the right person to remember them. They continued walking. After a while, Clara said, "When Rose first left, I wanted Arthur to admit we had been wrong. I wanted it so badly that even his apologies felt insufficient, because they did not undo anything." Elena listened. "He wanted me to forgive him in a way that would let him forgive himself. I wanted him to understand in a way that would let me stop being angry, though I would not have called it anger then. I called it sadness, concern, fatigue. All the polite names women give to anger when they are afraid it will make them unlovable." Elena felt the words touch something deep in her own chest. "What changed?" she asked. Clara looked toward the lake. Arthur's memory, strangely. It frightened us. It still frightens us sometimes. But it also made pretending impossible. You cannot live only on graceful surfaces when the person you love wakes believing your daughter is still late for breakfast. She took a slow breath. We had to tell the truth in useful ways. Not grand ways. Useful ones. Where are we? What year is it? What hurts? What helps? What do you need me to say again? Elena thought of the cards. What do you need me to say again? She repeated softly. Yes, Clara said. That question saved us more than once. They walked on. The guest house appeared ahead, its windows glowing faintly in the early dusk. Clara stopped near the gate and looked at it. For years, I believed a perfect marriage meant two people who never lost step, she said. Now I think it means noticing when the other person has gone quiet beside you, and stopping before the path carries you too far ahead. Elena looked at the house too. In one upstairs window, Arthur's shadow moved. He noticed? Elena asked. Eventually. Clara smiled. And then I had to admit I had not made it easy to be noticed. The honesty was gentle, without self-punishment. They went inside. Arthur was in the hall, holding a small wooden horse with one missing wheel. I found this in the drawer, he said. Clara looked at it and covered her mouth with one hand. For a moment, Elena thought she might cry. Rose made that, Arthur said. She was 8, Clara whispered. 9, he said. Clara looked at him. 9, she asked. 9, Arthur repeated. The summer your father taught her to use the little saw. She was furious the horse would not stand. Clara's eyes filled with tears, but she smiled. You're right. Arthur looked startled by his own certainty. Then pleased. Then overwhelmed. Clara crossed the hall and touched his cheek. You're right, she said again. He closed his eyes. Elena quietly carried the parcels into the kitchen. Some details, she was learning, were not clues. They were gifts. That evening, the house entered another pattern, making ready. Clara prepared dough for cinnamon rolls. Arthur polished the dining table. Elena helped string small paper stars the boys had made on a previous visit, found folded in an envelope marked perhaps useful. Morrow attacked the string twice and was banished from the kitchen, though he returned immediately with the dignity of someone unjustly accused. Arthur wrote another card before bed. Rose comes Friday afternoon. She is not leaving because of you. She is arriving because she wants to. The boys like chocolate. Samuel drinks coffee. Clara is happy too. He left it on the hall table beneath the lamp. Elena saw Clara read it when he went to fetch logs. Clara pressed her fingertips to the paper, then moved away before he returned. The next 2 days unfolded with quiet rhythm. Each morning, Arthur read the card. Each evening, Clara asked him what he looked forward to. At first, he answered practically. The drawer works now. The west room has clean sheets. The boys will like the orchard if it does not rain. But by Thursday evening, his answers changed. Rose's voice. Clara nodded. The way she looks at music before she hears it. Clara smiled. The boys calling Morrow by the wrong name. They call him Midnight. Morrow hates that. Morrow hates most things. Arthur looked into the fire. And I look forward to not apologizing immediately. Clara's face softened. That is good. I may fail. Then begin again. He nodded. Elena sat nearby with her book open. She had not turned a page in 10 minutes. A pattern emerged before her, clearer than any single confession. The Valles did not pretend the past had been healed once and for all. They treated healing as something living, something that needed tending. A fire stirred before it died low. A plant brought in before frost. A memory written down before it became a storm. An apology prepared, then sometimes set aside so joy could enter first. On Friday morning, the guest house woke early. Clara baked. Arthur swept the front path, though it was already clean. Elena arranged flowers in the dining room, then rearranged them twice because she had begun to understand Clara's need for things to be placed kindly. The card in Arthur's pocket had been rewritten in larger letters. Today. Rose, Samuel, Thomas, and Eli arrive after lunch. They are coming here. They know you love them. You do not have to be perfect. That last line made Elena look away. You do not have to be perfect. Perhaps that was the line all of them needed. By noon, the house smelled of cinnamon, apples, coffee, polish, and nervous hope. The west room stood open. Another small room had been prepared for the boys, with extra blankets and a bowl of wrapped chocolates on the dresser. In the dining room, Clara laid out cups, plates, and a cake dusted with sugar. Arthur changed his sweater twice. Clara said nothing the first time. The second time, she stopped him gently in the hall. "The brown one," she said. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Does it make me look severe?" "You look like yourself." He breathed out. "Good," he said. "That is the aim." At 2:30, a car came up the lane. Elena was in the parlor, but she heard it. Everyone heard it. The sound entered the house softly at first, then grew louder over the gravel. Arthur stood in the hall. Clara stood beside him. Neither moved. The car stopped. A door opened. A child's voice said, "Is this it?" Another answered, "Of course it's it. There's the cat." Morrow, who had been sitting in the window, leapt down and vanished. Clara laughed once, breathlessly. Then came footsteps. The front door opened before anyone knocked. A woman stood on the threshold with wind in her dark hair and a blue scarf at her throat. Rose. Elena saw her from the parlor doorway and knew her at once from the photograph, though the years had softened and deepened her. She had Clara's eyes, Arthur's height, and an expression that seemed to hold both caution and longing. For 1 second, no one spoke. Then Rose smiled. "Hello, Dad." Arthur's hand moved to his pocket, but he did not take out the card. "Hello, Rose," he said. His voice broke softly on her name. Clara stepped forward first, and Rose entered her arms. The embrace was long, quiet, and imperfect. Both women held too tightly, then loosened, then held again. Arthur waited. Rose turned to him. He looked at her as if the present were a fragile bridge beneath his feet. "I am very glad you came," he said. Rose's eyes filled. "So am I." Then she embraced him. Arthur closed his eyes and held his daughter, not as a memory, not as an apology, not as the 19-year-old who had once left with 2 suitcases and a violin, but as the woman standing there in the hall, cold from the road, alive, changed, and choosing to return. Behind her came Samuel, gentle-faced and quiet, carrying bags and smiling with careful warmth. Then 2 boys entered with the restless energy of children trying to behave in a house they had been told was important. Thomas was 11, thin and serious. Eli was 8, bright-eyed and already searching for the cat. Clara wiped her eyes quickly and welcomed them in. Arthur shook Samuel's hand, then seemed to reconsider and embraced him awkwardly. Samuel accepted this with grace. "It's good to see you," Samuel said. Arthur nodded. "And you?" Eli pointed down the hall. "Where's Midnight?" "Morrow," Arthur said. "Morrow hates being called Midnight," Clara added. Eli looked delighted. "Then I'll call him Morrow when he's listening." Thomas whispered, "That makes no sense." "It makes cat sense," Eli replied. The hall filled with coats, bags, greetings, cold air, and the smell of cinnamon from the kitchen. The house did not break beneath it. It widened. Elena stepped back, intending to disappear. But Clara turned. "Elena, come meet Rose." There was no escape from kindness. Rose looked toward her with curiosity, then warmth. "You must be the guest Mother mentioned." "Elena," she said. "Rose." They shook hands. Rose's grip was cool and steady. Her eyes were observant. Elena suddenly understood that noticing everything might run in families. "I hope they haven't made you help too much," Rose said. "They have made me eat cake more than once." Rose nodded. "That is how they begin." Arthur looked at her and smiled. A real smile. Unrehearsed. Almost young. They went into the kitchen, all of them. Cups were filled. Cake was cut. The boys ate cinnamon rolls too quickly and burned their tongues. Samuel praised the coffee. Clara moved between joy and tears with remarkable composure. Arthur sat beside Rose and watched her when he thought no one saw. But Elena saw. More importantly, Rose saw. After a while, Rose turned to him and said gently, "I'm here until Sunday afternoon." Arthur nodded. "I know." "Mother told you?" "Yes." "And wrote it?" "Yes." Rose smiled. "Good." There was no shame in the exchange. Only family language, practical and tender. Arthur took the card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Eli leaned over. "What's that?" "A reminder," Arthur said. "For what?" Arthur looked at Rose. Then at Clara. Then at the boy. "For good things that feel too large to hold all at once." Eli considered this. "I need that for Christmas," he said. Everyone laughed. The laughter loosened something in the room. Later, as dusk gathered outside, Rose went upstairs to see the West Room. Clara went with her. Arthur remained in the kitchen with Samuel and the boys, explaining to Eli that Morrow could not be bribed with cinnamon cake because Morrow had standards, most of them unreasonable. Elena carried empty plates to the sink. From upstairs came faint footsteps. Then silence. A few minutes later, Clara came down alone. Her face was tender and tired. She needed a moment, she said to Arthur. He nodded. "Is the blue quilt all right?" Clara looked at him. "Yes," she said. "The blue quilt is all right." Arthur breathed out. Rose returned soon after. Her eyes were slightly red, but she was smiling. "The room smells the same," she said. Arthur's face tightened with worry. Rose noticed and added, in a good way. Clara touched the back of a chair. "The lavender?" "The lavender," Rose said. "And old books." "And the lake." "The lake has no smell from upstairs," Arthur said. "It does if you grew up here." He considered this, then nodded. "I stand corrected." Dinner was simple: soup, bread, cheese, apples, cake. The table was fuller than Elena had ever seen it. The boys talked about trains, school, and whether cats understood insults. Samuel spoke little but kindly. Rose asked Arthur about the garden and Clara about the village. No one forced intimacy. No one demanded old wounds close for the occasion. That, too, was a pattern. Letting return be small enough to survive. After dinner, Thomas asked if there were any board games. Arthur found an old box of chess pieces and dominoes. Eli wanted to build towers from the dominoes instead of playing by rules. Clara declared this a valid architectural use. Rose stood near the kitchen window, watching her sons on the floor. Elena joined her quietly. For a moment, they said nothing. Then Rose said, "They look peaceful here." "They do. I used to think this house was only peaceful for guests." Elena glanced at her. Rose smiled faintly. "That sounds ungrateful." "No," Elena said. "It sounds honest." Rose looked at her then, more directly. "My mother said you were easy to tell the truth near." Elena did not know what to do with that. "I think your mother is generous." "She is. But not inaccurate." They watched Eli place a domino on top of 3 others and hold his breath. Rose said softly, "They worked very hard, you know." "I can see that. For a long time I did not want to see it. I wanted my childhood back without its cost. Then I wanted distance without guilt. Then I wanted them to apologize exactly enough, which no one can do." Elena listened. "Now," Rose continued, "I come when I can. I write. I let the boys know them. It is not the story anyone would design if they were trying to impress strangers." "No," Elena said. "But it feels real." Rose's eyes softened. "Yes. That is better, I think." Across the room, Arthur laughed at something Eli said. Clara looked at him, and Rose looked at Clara looking at him. There were many kinds of love in the kitchen then. Parent and child. Husband and wife. Grandparent and grandchild. Guest and house. Past and present, not reconciled perfectly, but sitting at the same table with warm bowls and sugared cake. That night, Elena went upstairs later than usual. The house was not quiet yet. The boys whispered in their room. Samuel moved bags. Rose and Clara murmured behind the west room door. Arthur walked the hall once, paused by the lamp, and read his card. Elena stood at her own doorway unseen. Arthur whispered, "Today." Then he folded the card and smiled to himself. Not perfectly. Not without sadness. But fully enough. Elena entered her room and closed the door. At her desk, she opened her notebook. A pattern had emerged, and at last she could name it. The Valles had not built a perfect marriage by avoiding pain. They had built it by making patterns gentle enough to hold pain without letting it rule the house. Cards. Corrections. Tea. Humor. Apologies. Open doors. Closed doors. Repeated truths. New memories placed beside old ones. And now Rose had returned, not to restore the past, but to enter the present. Elena wrote, "Perfection is not a life without fractures. It is the care taken at the mended places." Outside, the orchard was dark. No apples fell. No rain tapped the glass. The house was full, and yet it felt calmer than before. Down the hall, a child laughed in his sleep. Then Clara's voice, soft but clear. All is well. Arthur answered from somewhere nearby. Yes. All is well. And for once, Elena believed the words did not need to be proven. Chapter 6. What Didn't Match. By morning, the house had changed shape around its guests. It was still the same guest house, the same narrow stairs, the same blue kitchen, the same orchard beyond the windows, the same lake breathing quietly behind the trees. Yet with Rose, Samuel, Thomas, and Eli inside it, every room seemed to hold a second version of itself. The kitchen was not only a kitchen now. It was where Rose had once sat swinging her feet from a chair, refusing porridge because the raisins looked suspicious. The hall was not only a hall. It was where she had once dragged a suitcase toward the door, calm-faced and 19, while Arthur and Clara stood too still to stop her and too proud to bless her properly. The west room was not only a bedroom. It was both a child's room and a woman's room, a place that smelled of lavender, old paper, and the difficulty of return. Elena sensed these layers before anyone named them. She woke to voices below, Eli asking whether cats liked toast, Thomas saying cats should not eat toast, Arthur explaining that Moro preferred emotional distance, and Clara laughing softly over the sound of plates. For the first time since Elena had arrived, breakfast began without perfect quiet. It should have made the Valles seem less mysterious. Instead, it revealed another mystery. They were different with Rose. Not colder. Not less loving. But less smooth. Their pauses were longer. Their jokes landed closer to something tender. Their corrections came with more care, as if each word had to pass through many years before reaching the table. Rose entered the kitchen last, her hair still damp from washing, her blue scarf replaced by a soft gray cardigan. She kissed Clara's cheek, then Arthur's. "Morning," she said. Arthur looked up as though the word itself had arrived from far away. "Good morning, Rose." There was a softness in him Elena had not seen before. It was almost painful to witness. He loved Clara with deep, practiced devotion, but he looked at Rose with a kind of astonished gratitude, as if she were both ordinary and impossible. Rose sat beside Samuel. Clara placed tea before her without asking. "Still no sugar?" Clara asked. Rose smiled. "Still no sugar." Arthur reached for the honey, then stopped. Clara saw it. Rose saw it too. "No sugar," Rose repeated gently. "But honey on toast, yes." Arthur handed her the honey with visible relief. A small mistake. Easily repaired. But Elena noticed what did not match. Arthur and Clara had spoken often of Rose's letters, her music, her sons. They knew the facts of her present life. They knew she lived in Edinburgh, taught composition, and came when she could. Yet some part of Arthur still seemed prepared for the young Rose, the one whose preferences had been frozen at the moment of leaving. No sugar. Honey on toast. Not 19 now. Clean sheets. Blue quilt. The West Room. The house remembered her in pieces. So did they. During breakfast, Eli spoke more than anyone. He announced that Moro had allowed him to see one ear, which proved progress. Thomas asked whether the lake ever froze enough to walk on. Samuel answered before Arthur could, saying they would not test it in October. Rose laughed, and the sound made Clara look down into her tea. Not sad. Overcome. Arthur noticed. He reached for Clara's hand under the table, but Rose reached first, placing her fingers lightly over her mother's wrist. "I'm here," Rose said. The phrase belonged to Clara and Arthur. Elena knew it. Rose knew it too. Arthur looked at her. For a moment, the whole kitchen stilled. Then Clara covered Rose's hand with her own. "Yes," she said. "You are." The words fit. And did not fit. Elena felt the first true unease of the day, not because anything was wrong, but because the familiar pattern had widened to include Rose. The phrase was not only between husband and wife. It was older, larger, perhaps born from the same wound. After breakfast, the boys went into the orchard with Samuel to look for windfall apples suitable for a pie. Arthur insisted on giving them a basket, though Eli preferred to carry apples in his jumper. Clara and Rose remained in the kitchen, washing dishes side by side. Elena helped dry, though she suspected they did not need her help. At first, the conversation was light. Rose asked about the village baker. Clara reported that Mrs. Bell had a new assistant who burned the first batch of rolls every Tuesday. Rose asked whether the church clock still ran slow. Clara said it now ran fast, which everyone found more hopeful but less useful. Then Rose lifted a blue cup from the water. "This one survived," she said. Clara looked at it. "Of course. I thought it broke." "No. I remember it breaking." Clara took the cup gently, drying its rim with the towel. "It was the yellow one that broke." Rose frowned slightly. "Was it?" "Yes." A pause followed. Nothing dramatic. Only a small stillness. Elena looked at the cup. Blue glaze, thin handle, a tiny chip near the base. Rose said, "I remember Dad cutting his thumb." Clara's fingers tightened around the towel. That was the yellow cup. Rose did not argue. She looked toward the window, where her sons were moving through the orchard with Samuel. "Funny," she said. "I can see it so clearly." Clara placed the cup on the shelf. Memory is very persuasive when it is wrong. The sentence was calm, but Elena heard something guarded beneath it. Rose turned back to the sink. "Yes." Elena continued drying plates. There it was again, what did not match. Arthur's memory slipped openly and was guided gently. Clara's memory seemed exact, almost disciplined. But Rose's memory had its own fracture. Not caused by age. Not by illness. Caused perhaps by childhood, distance, longing, or the need to make sense of what no one had explained clearly enough at the time. A broken cup. A cut thumb. Blue or yellow. A little thing. But little things were never only little in that house. Later that morning, Rose and Samuel took the boys to the lake path. Arthur meant to go with them, but Clara quietly suggested he help her prepare the pie crust instead. "I can prepare pie crust," he asked. "You can supervise butter." "I have always excelled at butter." Rose paused in the hall with her coat half buttoned. "Are you sure you don't want to come, Dad?" Arthur looked at the open door, at the gray path beyond, at the card in his pocket. For a second, Elena saw the pull inside him. To go. To stay. To be the grandfather walking by the lake. To remain where the day could be managed. "After lunch," he said. "If you go again." Rose nodded. "After lunch, then." No disappointment entered her voice. Only adjustment. When they left, the house became strangely quiet, as if it had exhaled but not relaxed. Arthur stood by the window, watching them cross the orchard. Clara stood beside him. "She asked me," he said. "Yes." I said no. "You said after lunch." "That is not the same." "No," Clara agreed. "But it is not nothing." Arthur nodded slowly. Then he turned from the window. "I will supervise Butter." Clara smiled. Bravely. In the kitchen, Elena watched them make pastry. Or rather, Clara made pastry while Arthur performed small tasks with exaggerated seriousness. He weighed flour, cut butter into cubes, chilled a bowl, and forgot where he had put the rolling pin, which was in his hand. Clara did not laugh until he did. Elena laughed too. But her mind remained with Rose and the blue cup. When Rose returned an hour later, the boys were damp at the hems and flushed with cold air. Eli had found a feather, 3 stones, and what he insisted was a fossil but looked like a piece of broken tile. Thomas had questions about whether the old boat shed was safe, abandoned, or haunted. "It is not haunted," Clara said. "Everything old is a little haunted," Arthur said. Clara looked at him. "By mice," he added. Rose removed her gloves slowly. "The boat shed roof is worse." "I know," Arthur said. "I keep meaning to repair it." "You said that last time." "Then I am consistent." Rose smiled, but something in her face remained thoughtful. Elena saw it, the way Rose looked at her father, measuring what had changed and what had not, what was memory, what was habit, what was avoidance. The family ate lunch in the dining room. Clara had set the table beautifully but not formally. Soup, bread, cheese, apples, butter, a pot of tea, and the first batch of small biscuits for the boys. The conversation moved easily enough. Samuel spoke about repairing an 18th-century cello whose owner insisted it sounded sadder after polishing. Thomas asked Arthur whether the guest house had secret rooms. Arthur said every house had secret rooms if one counted cupboards. Eli asked if he could sleep in a cupboard. Rose said no before anyone else could answer. Then Arthur told a story about Rose at 7 years old hiding in the linen closet to avoid piano practice. Rose looked up. "I never hid from piano practice." Arthur smiled. "You did. Behind the winter sheets." "No," Rose said gently. "That was to avoid Mrs. Halden." Clara's spoon stopped halfway to her bowl. Arthur looked confused. Rose continued, "She came to fit the school uniform, remember? I hated the collar." Arthur looked at Clara. Clara said, "Yes. Mrs. Halden. The collar." Arthur nodded slowly. "Of course." The moment might have passed. But Thomas asked, "Who's Mrs. Halden?" "A woman with cold hands," Rose said. "And opinions," Clara added. Arthur tried to smile, but Elena saw the effort. Another mismatch. Not dangerous. Not dark. Only revealing. The family story existed in several versions, and each version carried a different emotional truth. Arthur remembered hiding from practice. Rose remembered hiding from being measured. Clara remembered both, perhaps, or remembered the cost of correcting too much. After lunch, Clara brought out the apple pie, still warm. The boys cheered softly because Samuel reminded them they were indoors. Arthur served Rose the first slice. "Too much," she said. "You used to like too much." "I still do. But I pretend otherwise." That eased him. After lunch, Arthur kept his promise. He walked with Rose to the lake. Only the two of them went. Clara watched from the window, one hand resting on the curtain. Elena pretended to read at the kitchen table. Samuel took the boys upstairs to wash mud from their shoes. The father and daughter moved through the orchard slowly. Arthur wore his brown sweater and long coat. Rose walked beside him, not touching his arm, but close enough that she could if needed. At the gate, Arthur paused. Rose paused too. He took the card from his pocket, read it, then showed it to her. From the kitchen, Elena could not read the words. But she saw Rose nod. Then they continued toward the lake. Clara let the curtain fall. She is patient with him, Elena said softly. Clara sat down. She learned patience from distance. I wish we had taught it more kindly. Elena closed her book. Does it hurt when she corrects him? Yes, Clara said. But it would hurt more if she pretended. The answer stayed with Elena. A little later, Samuel entered the kitchen alone. He carried a pair of muddy socks with the solemn expression of a man who had accepted the mysteries of fatherhood. Do you have somewhere these can be rinsed? He asked. Clara laughed and pointed him toward the scullery. When he returned, he made coffee for himself and tea for Clara, moving with the quiet competence of a man used to caring without ceremony. Elena liked him. He did not try to fix the room with cheerfulness. He did not fill silence unnecessarily. He seemed to understand that the Vale house required people to move gently, not because it was fragile, but because it had learned the value of gentleness. Rose worries before coming, Clara said to him. Samuel stirred his coffee. She does. And after leaving? Also. Clara nodded. Samuel looked toward the orchard. But she wants to come. I know. She wants the boys to know this place is more than a story she tells carefully. Clara's eyes glistened. Samuel added, and she wants to know it that way too. Elena felt the words open another small door. More than a story she tells carefully. So Rose had her own careful language. Her own rehearsed sentences. Her own version of the house, shaped for her children, perhaps softened, perhaps simplified. Everyone was translating the past. No one perfectly. When Arthur and Rose returned, the light had begun to fade. They came through the back door with cold cheeks and quiet faces. Clara looked up immediately. Arthur hung his coat. Rose removed her scarf. No one asked at first. Then Arthur said, "We saw the heron." Clara smiled. "Did you?" "By the reeds." Still arrogant. Herons usually are. Rose sat down and warmed her hands around a cup Clara gave her. "We talked," she said. "Only that." Clara nodded. Arthur looked at Rose, then said, "I apologized without asking her to comfort me." The kitchen became still. Rose's eyes filled, but she smiled at him. "You did." Arthur looked at Clara. "That was on a card once." Clara's voice trembled softly. "Yes. I remembered." "You did." Eli burst in at that exact moment, asking whether cats could climb chimneys, and the fragile solemnity broke into laughter. The day continued. But Elena carried that sentence with her. I apologized without asking her to comfort me. It revealed more than any confession could. It showed the shape of what had once gone wrong. Arthur's guilt had needed tending. Clara's silence had covered too much. Rose's distance had become the only place where she could keep her own feelings from being swallowed by theirs. The perfect marriage had not been perfect because they loved too little. It had nearly broken something because they loved in ways that did not leave enough space. After dinner, Clara suggested music. The suggestion startled everyone except perhaps Samuel, who smiled into his cup. Rose looked wary. "Mother. Only if you like. There's no piano tuned well enough in this house." Arthur said, "The piano has character." "The piano has damp." "Damp character." Thomas asked, "Mum, please?" Eli added, "Play the rain one." Rose looked at Samuel, who lifted his hands as if innocent. "I said nothing," he said. Clara rose and opened the sitting room door. There was, Elena had noticed, an old upright piano near the far wall. Its wood was dark, its top crowded with photographs, candles, and a small bowl of dried rose petals. Rose stood before it for a long moment, then removed the photographs one by one and placed them carefully on the table. Arthur watched from his chair. Clara stood behind him with both hands resting on the chair back. Rose sat. She touched one key. The note was slightly wrong. She smiled. Damp character. Then she began to play. The piece was quiet. It did not sound like a song meant to impress. It moved slowly, with pauses that felt intentional and notes that seemed to listen to one another. There was rain in it, yes. Not literal rain, but the feeling of rain remembered from inside a house. There was also something like spoons, a soft repeating pattern beneath the melody. And there, after a while, was the old shudder Arthur had mentioned, a rhythm not quite even, not quite broken. Elena sat very still. The music filled the room without making it smaller. It seemed to gather all the mismatched memories and let them exist together: blue cup, yellow cup, piano practice, school caller, leaving, returning, old dreams, present hands. Arthur's face changed as Rose played. At first, he looked proud. Then uncertain. Then deeply moved. Clara leaned closer to him. Samuel watched Rose with such quiet love that Elena looked away. The boys were silent. Even Morrow appeared in the doorway and did not leave. When the piece ended, Rose kept her hands on the keys. No one spoke. Then Arthur said, "The house is in it." Rose did not turn around. "Yes." "And the lake." "Yes." "And the day you left." Her shoulders stilled. Clara's eyes closed. Rose said, "Yes." Arthur's voice grew softer. "I did not hear that before." "You hadn't heard the whole piece before?" "No," he said. "That is not what I mean." Rose turned then. Arthur looked at her with tears on his face. "I did not know you had put that day somewhere beautiful." Rose's mouth trembled. "I had to put it somewhere." Arthur nodded. "Yes." No one moved. Then Eli whispered, "Can she play the cat one?" Rose laughed through her tears, and the room breathed again. She played something livelier after that, a small strange tune that made the boys laugh and Morrow leave in offended silence. Arthur wiped his eyes without hiding it. Clara sat beside him. Their hands found each other. Later, after the boys had gone to bed, the adults remained in the sitting room. The fire was low. Samuel read near the lamp. Rose and Clara spoke softly about recipes, school, and train times. Arthur looked tired but content. Elena sat with her notebook closed in her lap. She had no wish to write yet. Some things needed to be lived beside before they could be understood. At 10, Clara began the evening routine. Doors checked. Lamps lowered. Fire guarded. Arthur read his card, then placed it on the mantel instead of returning it to his pocket. Rose noticed. Leaving it there, she asked. For morning, he said. Rose nodded. Good. Then she kissed him on the forehead. A reversal so tender that Elena felt her throat tighten. When Elena went upstairs, she passed the west room. The door was partly open. Inside, Rose stood by the window looking toward the lake. Clara stood beside her. They were not speaking. Elena continued to her room. But before she closed her door, she heard Rose say, "I remembered the cup wrong." Clara answered, "Yes. Why didn't you tell me before? I thought you needed your version." A long pause. Then Rose said, "Maybe I did. And now? Now I think I need yours too." Elena closed her door gently. There it was. What did not match was not proof of deceit. It was proof of separate hearts. Arthur, Clara, and Rose had each carried the same years differently. Their memories did not align because pain had given each of them a private map. The perfect marriage had seemed strange to Elena because Arthur and Clara had learned to align their maps with care. But Rose's arrival showed the seams. Not as failure. As truth. Elena sat at her desk and opened her notebook. Outside, the orchard was dark. Somewhere down the hall, the boys whispered and then quieted. The house settled around its living and remembered occupants. She wrote. What doesn't match may be where the truth is breathing. Then she paused. After a moment, she added. Love is not making one story out of many. Love is allowing many true stories to sit at the same table. She set down the pen. For the first time since arriving, Elena thought she might begin her own letter. Not tonight. Not yet. But soon. A letter not to accuse anyone. Not to explain herself perfectly. Only to say, in some useful and honest way. I am here, and I have been quieter than I meant to be. Downstairs, Arthur's voice drifted faintly through the floorboards. Clara? I am here. A pause. And Rose? In the west room. And the boys? Asleep. And all is well? Clara's answer came softly, steady as lamplight. All is well enough. Arthur repeated it. Well enough. Elena smiled in the dark. It was not the old perfect phrase. It was better. Chapter 7, The Hidden Truth. On Sunday morning, the rain returned. It did not fall heavily. It came in a fine gray veil that softened the orchard and turned the lake into a pale sheet of moving glass. The guest house seemed quieter under it, as if the weather had lowered its voice for the day of departure. Rose and her family were leaving after lunch. No one said this too often. It was written on Arthur's card, resting beside his breakfast plate. Sunday. Rose, Samuel, Thomas, and Eli leave after lunch. They are leaving because they have a home to return to. They are not leaving you. They came because they wanted to. They will come again. Arthur read it twice before sitting down. Rose watched him from the stove, where she stood beside Clara helping with toast. Samuel poured coffee. Thomas looked through a book about birds. Eli tried to persuade Morrow to enter a shoebox he had named the Royal Carriage. Morrow declined with dignity. Breakfast was gentle, but there was a carefulness in it that had not been there the day before. The visit had become precious because it was ending. Every ordinary action seemed to ask to be remembered: Rose reaching for honey, Clara wiping a drop of tea from the table, Arthur laughing when Eli called Morrow Your Majesty of Disappointment. Elena sat quietly, feeling both inside and outside the room. She had become part of the house's temporary pattern, but not part of its blood. She could witness without carrying the same weight. This made her presence easier, perhaps. It also made it lonely. After breakfast, the boys went upstairs to pack their small bags. Samuel loaded the car slowly, giving everyone more time without appearing to do so. Clara wrapped cinnamon rolls in paper for the journey. Rose helped Arthur put away the chessboard they had used the night before. Elena was in the parlor gathering cups when she heard Rose speak softly. "Dad." "Yes?" "I found the letter." A silence followed. Not sharp. Not frightened. But deep. Elena stopped moving. Arthur's voice came after a long moment. "Which letter?" "The one in the blue book." Another silence. Then Arthur said, "Ah." Clara appeared in the parlor doorway, but she did not enter. Her face was calm, though her hand rested against the doorframe. Rose continued, "Was I meant to find it?" "No," Arthur said. "Was I not meant to?" "I don't know." Clara closed her eyes briefly. Elena wished she could disappear from the room. But if she moved now, everyone would know she had heard. So she stayed still, holding 2 cups, looking down as if the porcelain required all her attention. Rose said, "It was addressed to me." Arthur's answer was barely audible. "Yes." "From when?" "Years ago." "How many?" 7, I think." 7. The word carried no anger. Only sadness. Then Rose asked, "Why didn't you send it?" Arthur did not answer at once. When he did, his voice was very quiet. Because it was honest in the wrong direction. Elena did not understand. Rose did. Or almost did. "What does that mean?" "It means," Arthur said slowly, "I wrote it when I wanted forgiveness more than I wanted to understand you." Clara entered the room then. She did not go to Arthur. She stood halfway between him and Rose. Rose said, "You said you were sorry." "I was." "You said you had been afraid." "I had." "You said you loved me." "I did." "I do." "Then what was wrong with it?" Arthur breathed in. "It still made me the center of your leaving." The rain whispered against the glass. No one moved. Then Rose said, softer now, "Oh." Arthur continued, each word careful. "I read it again the next morning." Clara read it too. She said it was a beautiful letter. Clara's mouth trembled faintly. "I did," she said. And then she said beauty can hide a demand. Rose looked at her mother. Clara nodded. "I was learning that slowly." Arthur sat down in the armchair by the chessboard. "I put the letter away because I did not yet know how to write the one you deserved." Rose held something in her hands. Elena saw it now, folded pages yellowed at the edges. "Did you ever write it?" Rose asked. Arthur looked at Clara. Clara looked back with such tenderness that Elena felt she was watching a bridge built in silence. "Yes," Arthur said. "But not on paper." Rose looked down at the letter. "No," she said. "I think maybe you did." For a moment, Elena thought Rose would cry. Instead, she folded the pages again and placed them on the small table beside the chessboard. "I'm going to make sure the boys have packed more than stones and cat hair," she said. Then she left the room. The hidden truth remained behind her. Not the letter itself. The demand beneath it. Elena understood it slowly. The secret of Arthur and Clara's marriage was not only that they had hurt Rose by holding too tightly. It was not only Arthur's memory or Clara's silence or the house renamed after grief. The deeper secret was that their perfect tenderness had been built from learning how love can quietly become a request to be rescued. Arthur had needed Clara to soften his guilt. Clara had needed Arthur to notice her pain without being asked. Both had needed Rose to return in a way that proved they had not failed. And Rose had needed to live without becoming the answer to their sorrow. No one had been cruel. That was the ache of it. They had loved each other sincerely, and still their love had needed to be changed. Arthur remained seated after Rose left. Clara went to him then and stood beside his chair. "She found it," he said. "Yes. I forgot it was there." "I know." "No. I hid it there and then forgot." "That is worse." Clara touched his shoulder. "It is human." He looked up. "That is often worse." She smiled sadly. "Yes." Elena set the cups down at last. "I should." "No," Arthur said gently. "You need not flee on our behalf." Clara turned to Elena. "We have become rather poor at pretending nothing has happened." "That seems like progress," Elena said before she could stop herself. Arthur looked at her. Then he laughed softly. "It is," he said. "Uncomfortable progress." The three of them stood in the room while the rain traced thin paths down the windows. After a moment, Clara picked up the old letter and held it. "I should have burned this years ago." Arthur shook his head. "No. No. It belonged to who I was. Poorly written evidence is still evidence." Clara looked at the folded pages. Then she placed them back on the table. "Then perhaps Rose may decide." Arthur nodded. "Yes. Rose may decide." The words were small, but Elena felt their importance. In the old version of the family, Arthur and Clara might have decided what was best for Rose, even tenderly. Now they allowed her ownership over the thing addressed to her. A small repair. A large one. By late morning, the boys had packed badly, as expected. Eli's bag contained 3 apples, a feather, 1 sock, and a drawing of Mara wearing a crown. Thomas had packed neatly but forgotten his toothbrush. Samuel discovered both errors without surprise. The rain stopped just before lunch. Clara served soup, bread, cheese, and the last of the apple pie. The meal was warm and ordinary, but beneath it moved the knowledge of departure. Rose was quieter. Arthur was careful not to watch her constantly, which meant he watched everything else with unusual interest. At one point Eli asked, "Can we come back in winter?" Arthur looked startled by joy. Clara answered first. "If your parents can arrange it." Eli turned to Rose. "Can you arrange it?" Rose smiled. "We can try." Arthur touched his card but did not take it out. Thomas said, "The lake might freeze." Samuel said, "We are still not walking on it." "You're very against adventure," Eli told him. "I am in favor of surviving breakfast," Samuel replied. Clara laughed. Arthur laughed too. The room loosened again. After lunch, coats were gathered. Bags were carried to the car. Cinnamon rolls were placed in a paper parcel. Morrow, sensing emotional disorder, hid beneath the hall table. The departure happened slowly, then all at once. Thomas hugged Clara first, then Arthur, then shook Elena's hand with solemn politeness. Eli hugged everyone, including Elena and possibly the banister. Samuel thanked Clara for everything and told Arthur he would send the address of a man who repaired old pianos without insulting them. Then Rose stood in the hall. The same hall where she had arrived. The same door behind her. The old story nearby, but not in command. She embraced Clara for a long time. "All right when we get home," she said. "Please. And I'll call Wednesday." Clara's eyes brightened. Wednesday. Rose turned to Arthur. He held the folded card in one hand. She saw it. "May I read it?" she asked. He gave it to her. She read silently. Her face changed at the line, "They are not leaving you." She folded the card again and pressed it back into his hand. "Keep that one," she said. "I will." Then she took the old letter from her coat pocket. Elena had not seen her retrieve it. Rose held it between them. "I'm taking this," she said. Arthur nodded. "It is yours." "I don't know what I'll do with it." "You need not know today." Rose's eyes filled at that. "No," she whispered. "I need not know today." Arthur opened his arms. Rose stepped into them. This time, the embrace was not a reunion. It was farewell, which required a different kind of courage. Arthur held her with visible effort, not to keep her, but to let her go kindly. When she pulled back, he said, "I am glad you came." "I am too. I am sad you are leaving." "I know. But I am not empty." Rose's face broke open with tenderness. "No," she said. "You're not." Arthur looked at Clara. "No," Clara repeated. "You're not." Rose kissed his cheek and went out into the pale afternoon. The car doors closed. The engine started. Eli waved through the back window with both hands. Thomas lifted one hand, embarrassed but smiling. Samuel nodded. Rose looked once more at the house. Then the car moved down the lane. Arthur, Clara, and Elena stood at the gate until it disappeared beyond the hedges. No one spoke. The orchard dripped after rain. A crow called from the far field. At last, Arthur looked down at the card in his hand. "Sunday," he read softly. "They leave after lunch." Clara stood close beside him. "They have left," she said. "Yes." "They came." "Yes." "They will come again." Arthur breathed in. "Yes." Then he folded the card carefully and placed it in his pocket. The house felt very large when they returned to it. Not empty, exactly. Large. The kind of large that follows music after the final note fades. Clara went first to the kitchen and began clearing cups that did not need clearing. Arthur stood in the hall, looking toward the stairs. Elena carried the parcel ribbon from the table and set it near the sink. For a while, everyone moved separately. Then Arthur said, "I would like to sit in the west room." Clara's hands stilled. "All right." "Not alone." "Of course." He looked at Elena. "You may come, if you wish." Elena felt the quiet seriousness of the invitation. "I would be honored," she said. They went upstairs. The west room was untidy now in small, living ways. The blue quilt was rumpled. One of Eli's drawings lay on the desk. The window had been left slightly open, and the smell of rain and lake water entered the room. Arthur sat on the edge of the bed. Clara sat beside him. Elena stood near the door until Clara gestured to the chair by the desk. For a long moment, they listened to the room. Arthur looked at the sheet music on the wall. "For a house that listens," he said. "Her first proper piece," Clara said. "I thought it was too strange." "You did." "I said it needed more melody." "You did." He winced. That was foolish. She was furious. She should have been. Clara smiled. She was very elegant about it. She said, "Not everything exists to be hummed, Father." Arthur laughed softly. Then the laugh faded. "I wanted her music to return her to us," he said. "I see that now. If I could understand it, I could understand her. If I could praise it properly, she might feel known. But I listened for myself in it." Clara took his hand. "And today?" she asked. "Today I heard the day she left." "And?" "It was not only accusation. No. It was grief. Hers too." Clara nodded. Arthur looked toward Elena, not as if asking for help, but as if allowing her to hear the final piece. "That is the hidden truth, I think," he said. "Not that we made mistakes. Everyone says that. It sounds humble and costs very little. The truth is that for years, Clara and I loved each other by agreeing not to see the same things." Clara looked down at their joined hands. "We called it peace," she said. "We called it trust. We called it protecting one another." Arthur's voice softened. "But there were truths we left outside the door. Rose's loneliness. Clara's anger. My fear. And when too many truths are left outside, someone eventually has to live outside with them." The room was still. Elena felt tears in her eyes. Arthur continued, "Rose did. For a while." Clara whispered, "And then I did." Arthur turned to her. "Yes." There was no defense in him now. Only recognition. Clara leaned her head briefly against his shoulder. "And then you did too," she said. He closed his eyes. "Yes." The hidden truth was not a single event. Not a secret letter. Not an illness. Not the departure of a daughter. It was the way love, if it feared pain too much, could make a beautiful room where no one was fully allowed to speak. And the deeper beauty was this: they had opened the room again. Slowly. Imperfectly. With cards, apologies, humor, and the courage to say what did not flatter them. Elena looked around the west room. The blue quilt. The empty vase. The drawing of Morrow. The framed music. The window open to the lake. It no longer felt empty. It felt available. That evening, Clara did not cook much. They ate toast, soup, and leftover cake in the kitchen. Arthur was tired but calm. Clara looked worn and luminous, as if she had spent the day holding both grief and gratitude in her hands and had found neither one too heavy to carry. After dinner, Arthur placed the Sunday card on the mantel. Then he took a blank card and wrote slowly. Rose came. Rose left. Both were love. The house is quiet. Clara is here. Elena is here. I am here. He set the pen down. Clara read the card and covered her mouth with one hand. "That is a good one," she said. Arthur looked almost shy. "Is it?" "Yes." Elena looked toward the window so they could have the moment without her eyes on it. Outside, dusk lay over the orchard. The rain had washed the fallen apples clean. The branches were nearly bare now, and through them she could see a pale strip of lake. Later, in her room, Elena opened her notebook. For a long time, she did not write. She thought of the old letter Rose had taken away. She thought of Arthur apologizing without asking to be comforted. She thought of Clara's words, "Beauty can hide a demand." She thought of Rose saying she needed her mother's version too. Then Elena wrote, "The hidden truth is not that love failed them. It is that love had to become more truthful in order to remain love." She read the sentence back. It felt close. Not complete, but close. Downstairs, the house moved into its evening pattern. Softer now. Less guarded. Arthur and Clara spoke in low voices, but Elena did not try to hear the words. She no longer needed every detail. The mystery had not vanished. It had changed. It was no longer the question of what they were hiding. It was the quiet wonder of how much they had chosen to reveal to each other, year after nearly losing the habit of truth. Elena turned off the lamp and lay down. The room was dark, but not lonely. Rain began again, gentle against the glass. The orchard received it without complaint. Just before sleep, she heard Arthur's voice below. "Clara? I am here." Rose came. "Yes." She left. "Yes." Both were love. A pause. Then Clara answered, her voice warm and steady. "Both were love." Arthur repeated it once, softly. Then the house grew quiet around them. Chapter 8, Understanding Them. The morning after Rose left, the house did not feel empty. It felt tender. There was a difference, though Elena would not have known how to name it before coming to Larkmere. Emptiness was hollow and cold. Tenderness had warmth inside it, even when it ached. It was the feeling of a room after someone beloved had gone, when the cup they used still stood by the sink and the chair they sat in still remembered their weight. The Vale house held such traces everywhere. A small sock had been found beneath the boy's bed. Eli's drawing of Mara with a crown remained on the west room desk. One of Rose's hairpins lay near the hall mirror, dark and curved like a tiny question mark. Samuel had left behind a folded train timetable, though they had traveled by car. Clara gathered these things slowly, not with sadness exactly, but with care. Arthur watched her from the kitchen table, his Monday card beside his hand. Rose came. Rose left. Both were love. The house is quiet. Clara is here. Elena is here. I am here. He read it once while his tea cooled. Then he looked up and said, "The house is listening differently today." Clara paused with Eli's sock in her hand. "Yes," she said. "I think it is." Elena sat near the window, warming her hands around a cup of tea. Outside, the orchard was damp and gray. The apples that had not fallen still clung stubbornly to the branches. Beyond them, the lake lay quiet beneath a sky the color of folded wool. No one hurried breakfast. There was no need to perform normality. That, Elena realized, was one of the quiet miracles of the house. The Valles no longer forced a mood simply because a mood would be convenient. They allowed the day to be what it was, soft, tired, grateful, a little sore at the edges. Arthur ate toast with marmalade. Clara sliced pears. Elena listened to the rainwater dripping from the roof. At last Arthur said, "I did not ask Rose to stay longer." Clara turned from the counter. "No. I wanted to. I know. But I did not." Clara came to the table and sat beside him. "That matters." He nodded but did not look proud. More relieved than proud, as if he had passed safely over a narrow bridge. "I wanted to say, you have only just come." That would have been true. And unfair. Also true. Arthur looked at the window. "Two truths again," he said. "There are usually at least two," Clara replied. Elena watched them, and a quiet understanding settled deeper inside her. Their marriage was not made of certainty. It was made of room. Room for two truths. Room for corrected memories. Room for sorrow that did not need to be solved before breakfast. Room for joy that arrived trembling and left again. After breakfast, Clara asked whether Elena would walk with her. The rain had faded to mist. They took the lane toward the lake, wearing coats and scarves, their boots darkening in the wet grass. Clara carried no basket. No errand waited at the end of the path. That made the walk feel more personal. They passed the orchard, the gate, the hedgerow bright with late berries. The village bell struck 9, its sound softened by the low clouds. For some time, Clara said nothing. Then she spoke without turning her head. "You are wondering whether we are happy." Elena was startled by the accuracy of it. "I don't mean to judge." "I know. Wondering is not judging." They walked a few more steps. "Are you?" Elena asked. Clara smiled faintly. "Happy?" "Yes." Clara considered this as if the answer deserved better than politeness. "Not in the way people usually mean when they ask," she said. "Not smooth happiness. Not constant ease. But yes, I think so. We are happy in a weathered way." "A weathered way," Elena repeated. "Like stone steps. Worn down in the middle because they have been crossed often. Not perfect, but useful. Familiar. Still leading somewhere." They reached the stone bridge and stopped there. Water moved beneath it, carrying small leaves toward the lake. Clara rested one gloved hand on the mossy wall. "When Arthur's memory first changed, people began to speak to me as if he were disappearing all at once," she said. "They meant well. They lowered their voices. They looked at him with sorrow even when he was standing beside them making perfectly good jokes about soup." Elena looked at her. "That must have hurt." "It did. Because he was not only his illness. He was still Arthur. Forgetful, frightened, proud, kind, absurdly particular about pencils. Still my husband." Clara's gaze followed the water. "And yet I had to admit something too. I could not love him by pretending nothing had changed. That would have been another false piece." "So you made the cards?" "Yes. And the routines. And the phrases." "Did he accept them easily?" Clara laughed softly. "No. He said cards made him feel like a badly organized museum." Elena smiled. "He resisted until one morning he forgot I had gone to the post office and thought I had left him. Not for long. Only 10 minutes. But fear does not need much time to make a room unlivable." The mist moved over the lake. When I came back, Clara continued, he was in the hall with his coat half on, holding one shoe. He was ashamed. I was frightened. We sat on the stairs, and for the first time he said, I need help returning. The words entered Elena quietly. Help returning. It explained so much. The lists. The phrases. The patient corrections. The way Clara did not drag Arthur into the present, but met him at the edge of confusion and walked with him. And you? Elena asked. Who helped you return? Clara looked at her then. For a moment, Elena thought she had asked too much. But Clara's face softened. At first, no one, she said. That was my mistake. They continued walking. The path curved beside the lake, where reeds bent under droplets of mist. A heron stood in the shallows, motionless and severe. I had become good at being necessary, Clara said. Too good. There is danger in being needed when one has already been lonely. It can feel like proof of love. Elena felt the sentence settle somewhere painful. Clara went on, for a while, I believed the cards were for Arthur. Later I understood some were for me. They let me stop carrying the whole day inside my body. If the truth was written down, I did not have to become the only keeper of it. Elena thought of the hall table. The cards beneath lamps. The gentle evidence placed around the house. Written truth as shared weight. That was what she had not understood at first. The Valets were not living inside a constructed reality to avoid pain. They were constructing small, faithful realities so pain would not swallow the present whole. After a while, Clara said, Rose helped too. After she came back? Before. In letters. At first her letters were careful. Mine were careful. We wrote like people placing cups too close to the edge of a table. Elena smiled sadly. Then one day she wrote, Mother, when I say I am happy, I need you not to hear it as proof that I did not need you. Clara stopped walking. The lake was gray and still beside them. I cried over that sentence for a long time, she said. Elena did not speak. Clara drew a slow breath. I had been doing that. Turning her happiness into my exclusion. Turning her independence into my punishment. Quietly, of course. Respectably. But still. What did you write back? I wrote, I will practice believing you. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. That's beautiful. It was necessary. Clara smiled. Beauty came later. They stood by the lake until the heron lifted its wings and moved away, slow and deliberate, into the mist. When they returned to the house, Arthur was in the sitting room, not reading the newspaper in his lap. He looked up as they entered. You were gone 28 minutes, he said. Clara removed her gloves. Were we? No. I invented the number to sound calm. Elena laughed. Clara went to him and kissed the top of his head. Very convincing. I thought so. He looked at Elena. Did she tell you wise things? She did. Good. She has a surplus. Clara shook her head. And yet you never take enough. I am saving some for winter. The room warmed around their humor. But now Elena heard more beneath it. Their lightness was not avoidance. It was breath. A way of making space after truth had been spoken. That afternoon, Arthur invited Elena into the small study at the back of the house. She had never been inside before. It was a narrow room lined with bookshelves and facing the orchard. The desk was old and deeply scratched. On it stood a brass lamp, a jar of pencils, a magnifying glass, and several neat stacks of cards tied with string. Arthur touched one stack. "Old cards," he said. Elena stood near the doorway. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I want you to understand something, and I may say it better with evidence." He sat at the desk and untied the first stack. "These are not all memory cards," he said. "Some are marriage cards." He handed one to her. "Do not answer for Clara unless she asks. Do not call silence agreement. Ask, is that what you want, or only what is easiest?" Elena read it slowly. Arthur watched the orchard. "I wrote that after Clara told me she had agreed to something she did not want for 27 years. What was it?" He sighed. "Heaping the large dining table." Elena looked up. Arthur smiled faintly. "Not dramatic, is it?" "No. But it mattered. Her mother loved that table. I loved that table. Guests admired that table. Clara hated polishing it, hated how formal it made dinners feel, hated the way it filled the room. For 27 years, she said, it is fine." Elena pictured the current dining room table, warm, modest, scarred with use. "What happened to it?" "We sold it to a hotel with terrible wallpaper." "Was it difficult?" "Ridiculously." He handed her another card. "Do not make Clara comfort your guilt before she has finished telling the truth." Elena's chest tightened. "That one," Arthur said, "was harder than the table." She handed it back carefully. Arthur looked at the stack with a gentle, rueful expression. When people speak of love, they often praise instinct. Knowing without asking. Feeling without words. But instinct can become lazy. Clara and I knew each other too well in some ways and not well enough in others. These cards taught us to ask again. He showed her another. A correction is not an accusation. Another. Let Rose be the age she is today. Another. If you are afraid, say afraid. Do not say practical. Elena smiled through the ache in her throat. That one seems useful for everyone. Arthur nodded. It has done good service. He retied the stack. I was embarrassed by them once, he said. I thought needing written reminders meant our marriage had become artificial. And now? Now I think all marriages are partly written. Some people write theirs in habits they never examine. We chose to read ours aloud. Elena looked at him, understanding more than she could say. The perfect marriage she had first admired was not effortless. It was not natural in the way people liked to imagine. It was crafted, yes. Practiced, yes. But not false. A garden was also crafted. A song was practiced. Bread was made by repeating the same gestures until the hands understood what the mind might forget. Why should love be less deliberate? In the evening, a letter arrived. The postman brought it late because the morning rain had delayed him. Clara found it on the hall floor beneath the mail slot. The envelope was addressed in Rose's hand. Arthur was in the kitchen when Clara brought it in. Already, he asked. They must have posted it before leaving the village, Clara said. That is impossible. Not impossible. Kind. Arthur sat down before she opened it. Elena moved toward the door, but Clara said, Stay, dear. Rose wrote your name too. My name? Clara opened the envelope and unfolded 2 pages. She read aloud. Dear Mother and Dad. We reached home safely. The boys slept for part of the journey, though Eli woke to announce that Morrow had visited him in a dream and forgiven nothing. Thomas says he is going to draw the heron for you. Thank you for the weekend. I am writing this before I have time to become careful. Elena glanced at Arthur. His eyes had already filled. Clara continued. It was not easy, but it was good. I think I used to believe those 2 things were opposites. I do not anymore. The house felt different. Not because everything is fixed. I do not think families are fixed in that way. But it felt as if there was room for all of us, including the older versions we brought with us and the newer ones we are still learning how to recognize. Dad, thank you for the walk. Thank you for not asking me to make your sadness smaller. That gave me more comfort than any perfect apology would have. Mother, thank you for the West Room. I know what it cost you to change enough and keep enough. The blue quilt was right. Arthur covered his eyes. Clara paused, then went on. Elena, if Mother reads this aloud, thank you for being a gentle stranger in a house that does not always know how to speak plainly to strangers. Sometimes it helps when someone new sees us without needing the oldest version of the story. We will call Wednesday. With love. Rose. Clara lowered the letter. The kitchen was very quiet. Then Arthur said, "Read it again." So she did. The second time, Elena listened not for the facts, but for the music beneath them. Rose's letter did what the Valles had taught themselves to do. It named difficulty without letting difficulty become the whole truth. It gave thanks without pretending gratitude erased pain. It left room. When Clara finished, Arthur took a blank card from the table and wrote with a slightly unsteady hand. Rose wrote. They arrived safely. It was not easy, but it was good. Wednesday, she will call. He paused. Then added. Believe her. Clara saw the last line and closed her eyes. Yes, she whispered. That night, after supper, Elena went to her room earlier than usual. She did not feel tired, exactly. She felt full. The day had given her too much to hold without silence. She sat at her desk and took out a sheet of paper. Not her notebook. A clean sheet. For several minutes, she only looked at it. Then she began to write. Dear Mara. The name startled her a little. Mara had been her closest friend once, before distance had grown between them in the quiet way distance sometimes does, unanswered messages, postponed calls, one person becoming busy, the other becoming proud, both mistaking silence for ease. Elena had told herself there was no wound there. Only life. But now she knew life was often the name people gave to wounds that did not want attention. She continued. I have been thinking about the way I disappear politely. She stopped. Too direct? Perhaps. But useful. She wrote on. I used to believe I was being easy to love by needing very little. I see now that I was sometimes making it impossible for anyone to know where I had gone. Outside, the orchard was dark. A soft wind moved through the branches. Elena thought of Clara saying, I will practice believing you. She wrote. I do not know exactly what I am asking from you. Maybe nothing yet. I only wanted to tell the truth before it became another room I had to live outside of. She read the lines back. They were not perfect. Good. She did not want perfect. She folded the letter but did not seal it. Not yet. It was enough for one night to have written it. Downstairs, she heard Arthur and Clara moving through the evening routine. The sounds had become familiar in a way that comforted her. The back door checked, the kettle filled, the fire guarded, the hall lamp turned low. Then Clara's voice. Card? Arthur answered, already written. Read it? A pause. Rose wrote. They arrived safely. It was not easy, but it was good. Wednesday, she will call. Believe her. Clara said, yes. Arthur repeated, believe her. Then, after a moment, he added, believe you. Clara did not answer at once. When she did, her voice was very soft. I am trying. Arthur said, so am I. Elena sat still at the desk, the folded letter beneath her hand. Understanding them had not solved their mystery. It had made it richer. At first, she had wanted to know what lay beneath the surface of their perfect marriage. Now she understood there was no single hidden chamber, no final explanation that would make every detail simple. There were layers. Arthur's memory. Clara's silence. Rose's leaving. The letters. The cards. The house. The choice, made again and again, to return without requiring the past to vanish. A perfect marriage, if such a thing existed, was not a flawless object. It was a living practice. It changed because the people inside it changed. It made room because love without room became fear wearing a tender face. Elena rose and placed her letter beside Clara's note and the old postcard. 3 pieces of paper. A house before it changed. A woman thanking her for gentleness. A confession she might one day send. She turned down the lamp and went to the window. The orchard was nearly black, but beyond it the lake held a faint reflection of moonlight. The world outside looked still. Yet she knew now how much could move beneath stillness. Roots worked in darkness. Water shaped stone. People learned new languages for old love. From somewhere below came Arthur's voice, drowsy and clear. Clara? I am here. Rose is home. Yes. Elena is here. For now. A small silence. Then Arthur said, for now is still here. Clara answered, yes. For now is still here. Elena smiled gently in the dark. For the first time in a long while, she did not wish herself elsewhere. She did not feel outside her own life, watching others live with a fluency she lacked. She was here. Not perfectly. Not permanently. But truly. And for that night, in the quiet Vale house beside the misting lake, that was enough. Chapter 9: The Meaning of Perfection. By the time Wednesday came, the house had settled into a new quiet. It was not the first quiet Elena had known there. That earlier quiet had been watchful, full of closed doors and careful pauses. This one was gentler. It had the feeling of a room after fresh air had moved through it, leaving everything in the same place, but easier to breathe around. Rose was going to call at 6. Arthur's card said so in large, steady letters. Wednesday. Rose will call at 6. You do not have to prepare joy. You may simply answer. He carried the card in his pocket all day. At breakfast, he read it before spreading butter on his toast. At lunch, he read it after asking Clara whether the clock in the hall had always sounded so loud. In the afternoon, he read it once more while standing by the telephone table, as if the call might arrive early if watched too closely. Clara did not tell him to stop. She only placed a cup of tea beside him and said, 6 o'clock will come without assistance. Arthur looked at the telephone. I am offering moral support to Time. That is generous of you. Time has been unreliable in this house. Clara smiled. Only in certain rooms. Elena sat in the parlor with her translation open, listening to them with quiet affection. Her own work had begun to move again. Not quickly, but steadily. The family in the novel By the Sea was finally speaking more plainly, and Elena found that the English sentences came easier now that she had stopped trying to make them too elegant. She let them breathe. She let them be a little awkward when the original was awkward. She trusted silence more. The Vale House had taught her that not every sentence needed smoothing. Some needed honesty. At 4, Clara brought tea into the parlor instead of the kitchen. Rain tapped lightly against the windows, and the fire had been lit though the day was not very cold. Arthur sat in his usual chair. Clara took the sofa. Elena sat near the small table, where the old postcard of the house lay between pages of her notebook. Arthur noticed it. You still have that, he said. Yes. The Orchard Guest House. Elena touched the edge of the postcard. Do you miss that name? Arthur considered. No, he said. But I am grateful to it. Clara looked at him with interest. He continued, it belonged to a version of the house that did its best with what it knew. The Vale House belongs to what we learned afterward. Clara's eyes softened. That is kindly put. I am practicing kindness toward former fools. An excellent late-life discipline. Arthur smiled. Elena looked down at the postcard again. The house in the picture seemed less mysterious to her now. Not innocent. Not tragic. Simply unfinished. Perhaps all lives looked that way from the future. At 6, the telephone rang. Arthur was already standing. Clara remained seated, though Elena saw her hands fold together in her lap. Arthur lifted the receiver. Hello? A pause. Then his face changed. Not dramatically. It simply opened. Rose, he said. Clara closed her eyes for one brief second. Elena rose to leave, but Clara reached out and touched her sleeve. Stay, the gesture said. So Elena stayed. Arthur listened, smiling. Yes. Yes, we are well. The house is behaving. Morrow has resumed his dictatorship. A pause. No, I have not repaired the boat shed. Your confidence in my consistency is touching. He laughed. The sound was easy. Then he held the receiver toward Clara. She wants you. Clara took it. Hello, my darling. The words were simple. No guardedness. No careful distance. Just mother and daughter, voice to voice. Elena looked toward the fire, giving them privacy without leaving. Clara listened for a long time. Then laughed softly. No, Eli may not keep a wild mouse as a memorial to Morrow. Tell him I am firm on this point. Another pause. Yes. Wednesday next week, then. Arthur looked at her quickly. Clara nodded toward the card on the table and mouthed, write it. Arthur took a blank card and wrote. Rose called. She will call again next Wednesday. Eli cannot keep a mouse. This is sensible. Elena had to press her lips together not to laugh. Clara finished the call after several minutes and returned the receiver to its cradle. For a moment, the room was still. Then Arthur asked, "Was she all right?" "Yes." "Truly?" "Yes." He reached for the card he had written and read it. Rose called. "She will call again next Wednesday. Eli cannot keep a mouse." "This is sensible." Arthur nodded gravely. "Very reassuring." Clara laughed then, fully and warmly. The call did not solve anything. It did not close the past. It did not turn the family into a simple shape. But it placed another living thread between them, and the house seemed to feel it. That evening, after supper, Clara asked Elena whether she would sit with her in the conservatory. The conservatory was dark except for one lamp and the faint reflection of the kitchen light behind them. The potted herbs they had brought in before the frost lined the shelves, their leaves fragrant in the warm glass room. Rain moved softly over the roof, making a sound like fingertips. Clara sat in the wicker chair near the lemon balm. Elena sat across from her. For a while, they listened to the rain. Then Clara said, "You are leaving soon." Elena looked up. Her month at the guest house was nearly over. She had known this, of course, but had avoided placing the fact too near her thoughts. "In a few days," she said. "Arthur has begun pretending not to count them." Elena smiled sadly. "And you?" "I am old enough to count and pretend at once." They sat quietly. Clara folded her hands in her lap. "I hope the house has given you rest," she said. "It has. And perhaps not only rest." Elena looked at her. "No. Not only rest." Clara nodded, as though this was what she had hoped and feared. "When people come here," she said, "they often believe quiet will make their lives simpler. Sometimes it does. More often, quiet lets them hear the complications they have been carrying." Elena thought of the folded letter to Mara upstairs. "I think that happened to me." "Yes," Clara said gently. "I thought it might." Elena leaned back, watching a drop of rain slide down the glass. "Did you know from the beginning that you were lonely?" "Yes." Elena's throat tightened. Clara continued, "Not because you seemed sad. Sadness can be loud or hidden. But you apologized every time you asked for anything. More hot water. A second towel. A different chair in the parlor because the first hurt your back." Elena closed her eyes briefly. "I didn't notice." "No. People rarely notice the manners they use to disappear." The sentence touched her deeply. Clara's voice remained warm. "I recognized it because I had done the same. I made myself easy until I no longer knew where I was difficult. And difficulty is part of being real." Elena smiled faintly through the ache. "I'm not sure I know how to be difficult." "You need not begin dramatically. Ask for the chair that does not hurt." They both smiled. The rain softened overhead. After a moment, Elena said, "I wrote a letter." "To someone you miss?" "Yes." "Will you send it?" "I don't know." That is a complete answer for now. Elena looked at Clara, grateful for the permission not to know. "Do you think truth always helps?" she asked. Clara considered carefully. "No. Not truth thrown like a stone. Not truth used to win. Not truth spoken only to empty oneself without caring where it lands." She looked toward the dark garden. "But truthful tenderness helps, even when it hurts. It gives people a real place to stand." Truthful tenderness. Elena repeated the phrase silently. That was what the Vallis had built. Not perfect honesty in the harsh sense. Not every thought spoken. Not every wound opened. But truth given with tenderness, and tenderness made honest enough not to become a beautiful cover for fear. Later, Arthur joined them in the conservatory with 3 cups of warm milk and nutmeg. I come bearing sleep, he announced. Clara accepted a cup. You come bearing milk. It is milk with ambition. Elena smiled and took hers. Arthur sat on a small stool, looking slightly too tall for it. The lamp cast warm light on his face. We have been speaking of truth, Clara said. Arthur raised his eyebrows. A dangerous topic after nutmeg. Elena asked whether it always helps. It does not, Arthur said at once. Elena looked at him. He held his cup between both hands. Truth without love can become cruelty. Love without truth can become control. We have tried both and recommend neither. Clara smiled sadly. That is the shortest version of our marriage. Not the shortest, Arthur said. The shortest is, she stayed. Clara looked at him. No, she said softly. We returned. Arthur's face changed, and he bowed his head. Yes. That is better. They drank quietly while the rain moved over the glass. Elena felt no need to ask more questions. Understanding had arrived not as a single answer, but as a room she had slowly entered. The mystery remained, but it was no longer closed to her. It had become a living thing, gentle, weathered, breathing. The next day was clear. Sunlight came through the windows with unexpected brightness, and the lake shone like polished metal. Clara decided the guest rooms should be aired. Arthur decided the garden path needed sweeping. Elena decided, after breakfast, that she would walk to the village and post one of her work letters. Not Mara's letter. Not yet. But as she put on her coat, she slipped Mara's folded letter into her pocket without deciding why. The village looked sharper in sunlight. The bakery windows steamed. The church roof glittered with last night's rain. Outside the antique shop, a crate of old books had been placed by the door. Elena went first to the post office. She mailed the work letter. Then she stood outside for a long moment, feeling the other letter in her pocket. It seemed heavier than paper should be. She could still take it back to the house. She could keep it among her notebook pages. She could tell herself it needed revision, a better beginning, a softer ending, more explanation, less vulnerability. Instead, she went back inside. The woman behind the counter smiled. Forgotten something? Yes, Elena said. Her voice sounded calm. She bought a stamp, wrote Mara's address slowly, and placed the letter in the outgoing tray before fear could become practical. When she stepped back outside, nothing changed. The church bell did not ring. The sky did not open. No answer arrived. Only the village street, the damp stones, the smell of bread, and her own breath in the cool air. But Elena felt something inside her shift. Not relief exactly. Space. On the way back, she stopped at the antique shop. The old man in the green cardigan was arranging postcards in a wooden box. Back again, he said. Yes. Looking or being found? Elena smiled. I'm not sure. That is often when the right thing appears. She browsed slowly. This time, she did not search for the Vale house. She looked at small things, a silver thimble, a chipped bowl, a book of poems with someone's name written inside, a brass key without a lock. Then she found a small blank notebook bound in faded blue cloth. The pages were thick, slightly yellowed, and used. "How much is this?" she asked. The old man looked at it. "For writing or remembering?" "Both, maybe." "Then £3. Remembering should be affordable." She bought it. When she returned to the Vale house, Arthur was sweeping leaves from the front path. He leaned on the broom when he saw her. "You look like someone who has done something brave and does not wish to discuss it." Elena laughed softly. "That accurate? I was a fool for many years, but not an unobservant one." Clara appeared in the doorway. "Do not interrogate the poor woman from behind a broom. I am offering wisdom. You are blocking the path." Arthur moved aside with dignity. Inside, Elena placed the blue notebook on her desk. It looked at home there, beside the old postcard and Clara's note. That afternoon, she worked for 3 uninterrupted hours. The words came steadily. She translated a scene in which the family by the sea finally sat together during a storm and admitted that each had heard the same thunder differently. It was not a dramatic scene. No one shouted. No one left. But by the end, the room in the novel felt changed. Elena understood how to carry that change into English. At dinner, she told Arthur and Clara she had posted the letter. She had not planned to say it, but the words came naturally while Clara poured soup. Clara looked up. "To your friend?" "Yes." Arthur lifted his glass of water. "To truthful tenderness, then." Clara lifted hers too. Elena felt shy, but she joined them. "To truthful tenderness." They drank. Nothing more was said about it. That was perfect. Not because it was grand, but because it was enough. On Elena's final full day, the weather turned golden. Autumn seemed to gather all its remaining warmth and pour it over the lake. The orchard glowed with yellow leaves. The air smelled of damp earth and distant smoke. Clara suggested they have tea outside, wrapped in coats, because some days should not be wasted indoors merely because they were cold. Arthur carried the tray. Elena carried blankets. Clara carried nothing, which Arthur insisted was the most important task. They sat in the orchard beneath the thinning branches. The grass was damp, but the blankets kept them warm. Mara watched from the kitchen window, unwilling to join but unwilling to be excluded from knowledge. For a while, they spoke of ordinary things. The coming winter. The roof of the boat shed. Rose's next call. The village Christmas fair. Elena's journey home. Then Arthur asked, "What will you remember of us?" Clara gave him a look. "Arthur. It is a fair question. It is an enormous question disguised as a fair one." Elena smiled and looked toward the lake. What would she remember? At first, she thought of the mystery, the perfect answers, the strange pauses, the lists and cards, the West Room, the old letter, Rose at the piano. But beneath those, something quieter had taken root. "I'll remember the way you make room," she said. Arthur looked at her. Clara did too. Elena continued, slowly, "For memory. For mistakes. For different versions of the same story. For sadness without letting it take every chair. For joy even when it frightens you." Arthur's eyes lowered. Clara's smile trembled. "That is a generous memory," Clara said. "It's what I saw." Arthur looked toward the orchard. And will you remember us as perfect? Elena thought carefully. No, she said. Arthur smiled. Good. Clara laughed softly. Elena added, but I think I'll remember perfection differently. The sunlight moved through the branches. One apple, laden golden, loosened from a high bough and dropped into the grass with a soft thud. They all looked toward it. Arthur said, that one waited for an audience. Like you, Clara said. I am less bruised. Debatable. They laughed, and the laughter moved gently into the afternoon. That evening, Elena packed most of her suitcase. She folded sweaters, arranged books, tucked the blue notebook between soft clothes, and placed the old postcard in the front pocket of her bag. Clara's note she kept in her notebook. Mara's letter was gone, traveling somewhere beyond her control. The room looked less like hers with each item removed. Yet she did not feel the old ache of leaving. The kind that came from places one had never really entered. She had entered this house. Not completely, of course. No guest ever enters completely. But enough to be changed by it. Before bed, she went downstairs. Arthur and Clara were in the sitting room, the fire low. Clara was mending. Arthur was reading the same page repeatedly and not minding. Elena stood in the doorway. I wanted to say good night. Clara set down her sewing. Arthur closed the book. Good night, dear, Clara said. Then she rose and embraced Elena. The embrace was warm and unhurried. Elena let herself receive it without apologizing. Arthur stood next. He did not embrace her at first. He held out a card. For tomorrow, he said. Elena took it. On it, in Arthur's careful handwriting, was written, Elena leaves tomorrow. She came tired. She noticed gently. She leaves with our affection. Leaving is not erasing. Elena could not speak for a moment. Clara looked away, giving her privacy inside the room. Thank you, Elena whispered. Arthur smiled. A useful card, I hope. Very. Then he embraced her too, briefly but sincerely. When Elena returned upstairs, she placed the card beside her lamp. Leaving is not erasing. She looked at the words for a long time. The meaning of perfection, she understood at last, was not flawlessness. It was not a couple who never misremembered, never hurt, never needed notes to survive the hour. It was not a house where every story matched and every room was peaceful. Perfection, if the word could be used at all, was attention made loving. It was repair without spectacle. It was truth spoken softly enough to be received. It was giving the present more loyalty than the wound, while still honoring what the wound had taught. It was saying, you are here, I am here, and this difficult moment is not all we are. Elena lay down beneath the quilt. Outside, the orchard was still. The lake held the moon in a long pale line. Somewhere below, Arthur and Clara moved through their evening pattern one more time. The door. The lamp. The fire. The card. Then Arthur's voice. Clara? I am here. Elena leaves tomorrow. Yes. She came tired. She did. She noticed gently. She did. She leaves with our affection. Clara's voice softened. Yes. A pause. Then Arthur said, leaving is not erasing. Clara answered, steady and warm. No. Leaving is not erasing. Elena closed her eyes. And for the first time, the phrase did not sound like comfort against loss. It sounded like trust. Chapter 10: What She Realized. The morning of Elena's departure arrived quietly. There was no rain. No wind. The sky stretched pale and clear above the orchard, and the lake held a thin line of light like something gently remembered. The house woke early, though no one had slept badly. It was simply the kind of morning that asked to be met without delay. Elena rose before the kettle sang. Her suitcase stood by the door, closed but not locked. The room felt different now. Less like a place she had borrowed and more like a place that had, for a time, held her without asking her to become anything else. She dressed slowly, pausing once by the window. The orchard was nearly bare. Only a few stubborn apples remained, high in the branches, glowing faintly in the early light. The grass below was scattered with fallen fruit, softened by rain and time. It looked imperfect. It looked complete. Downstairs, she heard Arthur moving in the kitchen, the careful rhythm of someone preparing tea with full attention. Clara's voice followed, low and warm, asking whether the milk had been warmed enough. Elena picked up the small blue notebook she had bought in the village and slipped it into her coat pocket. Then she took one last look at the room and went downstairs. The kitchen smelled of toast and cinnamon. Arthur stood at the stove. Clara was at the table, placing 3 cups in a quiet line. Morrow sat on the windowsill, watching the world with practiced skepticism. "Good morning," Clara said. "Good morning." Arthur turned, holding the teapot. "The last breakfast," he said, not sadly, just naming it. "The last breakfast here," Clara corrected gently. Arthur nodded. "Yes. The last breakfast here." Elena sat down. No one hurried. The table held the same things it always had: bread, butter, honey, pears, tea. But the arrangement felt more deliberate, as if each object had been placed not only for use, but for memory. Arthur poured tea. Clara passed the honey. Elena spread butter on her toast, noticing the small details she had learned to see: the way Arthur turned the cup handle slightly to the right, the way Clara adjusted the plate so it rested evenly on the worn wood of the table. No one spoke for a while. Then Arthur said, "I have written your card." Elena smiled faintly. "Of course you have." He reached into his pocket and handed it to her. She read. "Elena leaves today. She came as a guest. She became someone we speak of with kindness. She returns to her life. Her life will not forget her." Elena held the card in both hands. The last line caught in her chest. Her life will not forget her. Clara watched her carefully. "You see," Clara said softly, "Arthur writes for more than one person." Elena nodded. "I think I understand." Arthur looked pleased. "Good. It would be unfortunate if all these cards were wasted on confusion." Clara laughed gently. After breakfast, the house moved through its morning in a slower version of its usual pattern. Clara checked the rooms. Arthur stood in the hall for longer than necessary, as if memorizing the ordinary shape of the day. Elena carried her suitcase to the door. The car would come at 10. There was time. "Will you walk once more?" Clara asked. Elena nodded. Yes. The 3 of them walked together. Through the orchard, where the grass still held the memory of fallen fruit. Through the gate, where the hinge gave its soft familiar sound. Along the path to the lake, where the water lay calm and reflective, as if waiting to return whatever was placed before it. They did not speak at first. There was no need to fill the walk with words. When they reached the stone bridge, Arthur stopped. "This is where you first began to notice us," he said. Elena smiled. "I think I noticed you before that. But this is where it became unavoidable." "Yes," she said. "It did." Clara rested her hand on the bridge. "What did you think then?" she asked. Elena considered. "I thought you were perfect." Arthur made a soft sound. Not quite laughter. "Dangerous idea," he said. "Yes," Elena agreed. "It was." Clara looked at her gently. "And now?" Elena looked at them both. Arthur, with his careful cards and open tenderness. Clara, with her steady presence and quiet strength. The house behind them, filled with truth spoken slowly enough to be held. "Now I think you are real," Elena said. Arthur nodded. "That is a relief." Clara smiled. Elena continued, "And I think what I saw as perfection was something else." "What?" Clara asked. Elena took a breath. "Attention," she said. "You pay attention to each other in a way that most people forget to." Arthur looked at Clara. Clara looked at Arthur. A small, familiar exchange passed between them. Not to correct, not to rehearse, but to recognize. "Yes," Clara said. "That sounds right." Elena went on, her voice steady now. "You notice when something is missing. You notice when something doesn't match. You notice when the other person has gone quiet in a way that matters. And instead of ignoring it, or smoothing it over, you stay with it." The lake moved softly beside them. Arthur said, "We did not always." "No," Elena said. "But you learned." Clara's gaze warmed. "That is the only kind of perfection I believe in now," Elena added. "The kind that is learned." They stood there for a moment longer. Then Arthur said, "We should return before I become sentimental and attempt to adopt you." Clara laughed. "You are already too late for sentiment." They turned back toward the house. When they reached the gate, the car was already waiting. The driver stood by the door, polite and patient. Elena felt the moment settle around her, not heavy, not sharp, but full. She turned to Clara first. Clara embraced her with quiet strength. "Right," she said. "I will. And not only when you are certain." Elena smiled through the ache in her throat. "I'll try." Clara touched her cheek once, then stepped back. Arthur came next. He hesitated, then embraced her briefly. "Do not become too easy again," he said softly. Elena laughed, a little unsteadily. "I'll remember." He nodded. "Good. It is a poor disguise for disappearance." She stepped back, holding the card he had given her. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For letting me see." Arthur looked at Clara. Then back at Elena. "Thank you for noticing." The driver opened the car door. Elena placed her suitcase inside, then turned once more. The house stood behind them, quiet and solid, its windows reflecting the pale morning light. The orchard moved gently in the breeze. The lake lay beyond, steady and unchanged. Arthur stood with one hand in his pocket, where his cards lived. Clara stood beside him, her presence as constant as the house itself. They did not wave. They simply stood. Present. Elena got into the car. As it moved down the lane, she looked back once. The house grew smaller, then partly hidden by trees, then gone. But the feeling of it did not leave. It remained, not as a place she had lost, but as something she carried. The drive was quiet. The road curved through fields and low hills. The sky widened. The world returned to its ordinary scale. Elena rested her hand on the blue notebook in her pocket. She did not open it. Not yet. Instead, she looked out the window and let her thoughts settle into something clear. She had come to Larkmere tired. Not from work. Not from anything dramatic. From a quiet kind of absence. From being present in her life without fully being there. From making herself easy instead of real. From believing that love, to last, had to be smooth, undemanding, effortless. The Valles had shown her something else. Not through lectures. Not through dramatic revelations. Through small things. A card on a table. A corrected word. A question asked twice. A silence that did not hide. A return, again and again, to the present moment. The secret of their perfect marriage had never been perfection. It had been attention. And courage. The courage to see what did not match. The courage to say it gently. The courage to remain, even when remaining meant changing. Elena closed her eyes for a moment. She thought of Rose, playing the piano. Of Arthur, reading his cards. Of Clara, saying, "I will practice believing you." Of her own letter, traveling now toward Mara. Not perfect. Not certain. But real. When she opened her eyes again, the road had straightened. The city would come soon. Her life would meet her there, exactly as she had left it. But she would not meet it the same way. She took the blue notebook from her pocket and opened it. On the first page, she wrote, "The secret of a perfect marriage is not perfection. It is choosing, every day, to return, to the truth, to each other, and to the life that is actually being lived." She paused. Then added one more line. And not disappearing while doing it. She closed the notebook. Outside, the world moved forward. Inside, something had gently, quietly shifted into place. Not finished. Not perfect. But enough to begin. The end.